Good evening, gentle listeners. I can hear myself through Ghibli Jam's microphone. Also, you can see me in a different... hello, I'm over here as well, apparently. Because I forgot to block off the camera. How are we all doing? Welcome to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. I get to play around with cameras. This is a bad thing. Before we get on with tonight's broadcast, as always, we need to do some little housekeeping, little bits of note. And the first big bit of housekeeping is a continuation on last week's big bit of housekeeping. You know the big news from last time where we've just released an album? Yes, we've released an album. Well, that album is now available everywhere, literally anywhere you can, where you can listen to music with your music thingamabogs, bibbles, boogles. It's available. Like you can 100% just stream our music for free. In fact, right now there is a track playing. This is called the Eladrin Awakening, and it's like Renaissance court waltz. And I described this song as the track on the album that Strahd would listen to. That's it. But there's 10 full tracks. It's streaming everywhere. It would be amazing if you could go listen, give it a favorite if you're listening on Spotify. Add it to some playlists. Force it down your friends' throats. But it's all royalty free, and will 100% not ding you if you want to use it as a content creator or in an Instagram reel or in a TikTok. So yeah, it's have some free music. There you go. Other than that, we have our Spotify. No, our Patreon. Our Patreon is the hub which you can support us the best. If you want to support us, it's where we get the biggest cut, and all the money in Patreon goes directly back into broadcasts. We've had a couple new patrons, so I thank you to those who have been ever so generous and joined us in creating more content. But other than that, also becoming a Twitch sub really, really helps, as you know, you get fun emotes in chat and get to react along. Other than that, let's get on with tonight's broadcast. Oh, I timed it with the end of the track. That's absolutely fantastic. All right, let's get on with tonight's broadcast.
And Soul.
Speaking of Soul, which is not part of the party right now. So, who would like to do the recap this week?
Recapping. Well, it's a fairly straightforward recap. There's a lot of talking last week, but a lot of deep conversation, but also very emotional and personal conversation. The session started by us arriving via teleportation with Anton and Martin on the Isle of Bulb, the personal isle that has been lent to the Renard family by one of the counts of the kingdom of the Rienne. Once we arrived, we made our way through the land itself, through the multiple different holdings that were on the island. And we found that there was or at least the Darius realized there's an increased guard presence here. There's more people on watch and on position than they would normally be acceptable for a situation like this. Perhaps it's wartime. Totally reasonable, could be. We made our way through the halls of the Grand Hall, looked around a bit. We saw what is essentially the trophy wing of the Reynards, where they have their personal trophies of their own personal accomplishments set up, and something that the father of the Renard family, Tommen, uses to basically show this is how good we are, and this is what each and every one of these individuals have managed to accomplish in their time here. Making our way through the hall, we finally met with the man himself, Tommen Reynard. The conversation was illuminating. We learned not just more about him, but also more about Darius in the process, just considering the individual whom he's had to deal with basically his entire life, and learned also a little bit more about the finality of basically what their last interactions were. We had what was essentially a dinner with him, and after finishing that, we were given rooms that we immediately didn't go to. We took like, I don't know, half an hour in the castle, gathered our things up, got ready. Our good man James here went and investigated one of the trophies on the wall, the only one that was attributed to Darius, and learned more about the one accomplishment that the Renard family actually acknowledges for Darius as a sole accomplishment, which was a fascinating thing to see. After that, we saddled up, used horses, and made our way to the personal holdings of Darius's mother, Nyla, which was the exact opposite, the other end of the coin. This sweetheart of a woman who welcomed Darius like a long-lost son who had not been here in far too long, which from what we understand has been a while. She doted, she chided, she gave him a little bit of business to show just how much she really, really cares. She basically adopted Zedaar into the family just immediately, right on the spot, and invited us all to stay here at the personal estate. We learned about her. We also learned that they have their own personal retainers here at the estate, ones that are dedicated to her specifically, not the Renard family, as evidently this is the type of woman, and we can all see why, that people just want to protect. And fair enough. And that's kind of where we settled up. We did also hear that to get in the overarching plot, though, it does seem that Tommen is making moves and plans, because he specifically insinuated that Darius would need a ring of his family ring, and that from what we've managed to piece together, at least what I'm guessing, it seems like that may take part into a vote that Tommen may be holding this coming session into the future of the Renard line, and who the successor for the future might very well be. So, important stuff happening.
Important stuff indeed. That definitely deserves a point of inspiration. And you know what? I know it was a joke, but Lambert, you're going to get a point of inspiration because it was your birthday recently. Birthday inspiration is definitely something we will uphold here. I think we've done it before, to be fair.
I ain't gonna say no. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I choose to believe that my recap was so good it was worth 2 inspiration, and you just had to give 1 to Lambert.
I mean, it was.
I mean, that was one of the most well put together recaps we've actually had. So yeah, I can go for it. Yes, I don't actually need to fill in with any missing details because that was pretty much it. We left off with you all enjoying some warm tea at Darius's mother's, or Darius's half of the family's lodge and household.
I believe the last thing that was said by her was, "Are you embarrassed?"
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That was basically was like, "Are you embarrassed by me, Darius?"
No.
You got grilled for being, you know,
a shitty son.
don't say shitty son, because it's exactly the kind of relationship I have with my own mother. So,
just wondered why you had been writing, Darius. Your sister wrote to you, your brother wrote to you. Why haven't you been writing, Darius?
This is exactly me, and it's awful. I love my mother very much, and she's an absolute saint of a woman. But yeah, no, that's honestly, it was easy to roleplay.
At least you could call.
Yep. Yeah, I've definitely heard that a few times. But yes.
I think we both have.
Is there anything you would like to do in particular? I'll start with you, Darius, as a bit of a focal point on.
Well, it's still raining out.
Yes.
Last I remember, it was still storming. You've just had a pretty. We've kind of got a game plan already. We talked to Nyla. She's going to be checking around with her own contacts in the main house. Don't know what is there a magical like user in Mother's retainers here?
No.
Okay. Is a snapstone worth it? I want to. I think I'm want to warn Alexei because he's coming back. I don't know if he's aware.
I would say Darius is probably aware that Zep is going to start making snapstones, right? He's now got that ability.
Does he?
You could ask him.
I'm pretty sure that's something I remember being talked about a couple of weeks
He
ago.
can make sending stones if he has the materials, but he has not had the time nor materials.
He has 3 weeks because he's still on the ship, right? So,
Man's gonna
I
come
mean,
back
I don't
from
want to talk for what, you know.
But he also has a backlog of other things you guys have asked him to make. He works fast, but there is a limit. Converse what? Because he's also not here today. Please converse with Mordred in the coming inter period, and we'll talk. We'll find out what he's making.
I'm still waiting for my Iron Man outfit.
Comes back and we just have this like list, like
Yeah, because I'm pretty
Mordred.
sure like a way to use those lenses handheld was high on the list. An adaptation for the gun. Yeah.
Yep, just a laser.
You just no, less laser, more sniper scope. I think is the.
Oh, okay.
What's the evocation with the sunbeam? I mean, I'll take either way.
How much are these snapstones normally? Do we remember how much they normally cost?
You've never
We have
bought them.
2.
You've always been given them.
Yeah.
No, we
I don't think
bought-
We've never actually
we-
purchased any.
No,
we never
but
purchased it
this-
from a vendor. We purchased them from like a lone party. It wasn't something that was
'Cause-
resourced. It was just
'cause
like a person's personal store is what we purchased from.
Was it all right? Because we got 3. Somebody got 3 and handed them out to the party, but they paid for them. So okay.
No,
All
it's
right,
not like we've ever gone to a Zorps and be like, Snapstones, you got some?
Yeah, it'll be. We'd have to go to the mainland to go to Azorps. You know, it's like it's a day trip.
I mean, depending on how long we're gonna be here.
That's true. I don't know if I'm allowed to leave.
Yeah, I was about to say, is Darius allowed to have a day trip?
I would take with the word from Martin. Actually, Tomlin may have a different opinion after the vote, but after the vote is done and things are in a holding pattern, like as long as Claudia is here, I'm pretty sure they feel like Darius is going to come back. He's not going to leave Claudia just on the island with the rest of the family.
It's a good read. Okay. Yeah. No, there's not a lot else really to talk about. We've got, or do we have? There are rooms here, right?
Your mother said she can have the she said that she'd get the guest house because there's like a secondary guest house that is not all like wings. There's not like a huge. There's a
It's a small
secondary guest.
place.
There's a secondary guest lodge that she would have rooms made up for you if you didn't want to go back to the main house. If you would all prefer to stay here.
I don't know, everybody. You want to stay here, or do you want to go back to the main house?
I think we'll stay with wherever you want to be.
I'd rather stay here.
Then we stay.
Okay. That would be good.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, then I guess we mostly just help prep the place, and
Sure.
Darius goes and unlocks his room.
Yeah, sure.
Upstairs.
Sure, you can absolutely do that. Darius, what does your room look like?
Is nobody else is coming with me, I would
I
assume.
mean, have you ever allowed us to enter any of your rooms before?
No.
Yeah, but I want to know as your GM, so
Everybody else mute headphones.
I
We're not
guess
allowed
there's
to know this
there's just a dedication to some sort of eldritch being that Darius worships. But it's
Wait,
super
This is
my
where I work.
business.
Yeah, this is my childhood like accomplishment trophies. I'm sorry the table's blank, but my father wasn't a good man. This is where my mother told me she was loved me. This spot is full, like there's no more room, and this is my secret statue to Yog-Sothoth. We don't talk about that.
Here's where I'd put the approval of my family if I had any. Yeah, no, I guess for Midge's sake, it's. I don't think Darius has lived here even before he left for the better part of like a decade. So this would have been like his, maybe like, he was like 18 last time he slept here. So it's just a smaller bed, a place to hang clothes and stuff, a very kind of, no dust because nobody comes in here. So it's just bare. And yeah, hospital corners on all of on the bed and everything, very straight. There's like 3 pieces of paper, like straight on a writing desk with 3 quills straight, and then an ink pot that's closed. It's probably evaporated by this point. It's Other than that,
Very
about
smart.
it.
You said there's a writing desk, correct?
Yes.
There is a closed envelope on it.
All right, Darius is a disadvantage until he figures out who's been in here. just in general. He goes and touches it. The door was locked.
Yep.
Goes and sees what this is. Is it new? Is it sitting on a layer of dust or something?
It's sitting on a layer of dust, and it has a small layer of dust on it itself.
Okay. Darius checks this. Is it sealed? Does it
There's
have
a seal.
Wax. Whose wax seal is it? Do I recognize?
Make a history check.
Okay, cool. $14.
Don't recognize it. It looks a lot. It's kind of similar. Like there's a lot of heraldic symbols similar to like your families or elements of your families, but it's not an element of your family like directly.
Yeah. I think Darius is aware that Salmon probably stole the imagery somewhere. Okay. Open it and check before I go and yell at somebody.
Sure. What languages
Is
do you
it
speak?
Oh my god. Where the heck is that listed? Notes. Nope. Abilities. Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Fionian, and Orc.
So you don't speak Albion.
No.
And you recognize that it's Albion in script.
God damn it. Darius goes out of his room. Claudia.
You hear. Yes.
Need your help with a language related question.
Okay. Sure.
Just hand out the line. This was in my room behind a locked door. Is this you or?
No.
All right. You're gonna need to tell me what's going on. The face.
I'm translating. Give me a moment.
All right.
It's in
It's
our.
not instant.
No. This is She's like waving the paper. This is an older Albion. It's like reading, an old bard epic. It's not straightforward. It's not
Okay.
They use vowels that aren't used in modern.
Okay. I'll wait.
It seems to be a letter from a group. They've signed it the Priory. And it's like written directions.
Directions. Okay. Have you ever heard of this
No.
group? No? Alright. That's disconcerting. Well, I guess I have to go talk to Mother. Snatches the letter back and finds Nyla, which I'm assuming she's, what is she, like, helping fluff out, like, the comforters?
Where's Zedaar? Because Zedaar said she wasn't going to be, like, too far from Nyla quite a lot, so... What's Zedaar doing?
Currently trying to tactfully gauge if she would let me sleep at the foot of her bed, curled up like a cat, but without saying those words. So I'm like, oh, it's okay. I don't really need my own room, you know. I don't really take up a lot of space. I generally don't like to sleep by myself. I'm afraid of the dark.
You're
and,
afraid of
you know,
the dark? Oh, poor dear. Well, any room in the house, you can make yourself at home. By all means, but you are welcome to your own room. We'll have something in the guest lodge set up, or you can have something closer, I don't know, closer to Darius and Claudia here if you prefer.
Yes, I would prefer, actually. Darius, I believe, needs a lot of comfort right now, so
Right.
I think I shall be emotional support as he is figuring out what is going on.
Okay.
But I know he locks his room a lot, so I don't want to impose on him.
That he does, yes. Well... Mi casa es su casa.
Gracias.
Didn't know you spoke parts... I don't know if you didn't know that you spoke Havaraphaonian.
Just, a little bit here and there to get by.
Darius just walks in. So who was in my room?
No one. You don't even let me in there.
I know, that's why it's locked, but this was there. In a language I don't speak, behind a locked door with a seal I don't understand.
Oh. Have you asked Claudia? Maybe it's a prank?
Oh, yes, I have. She knows better. Also, she had trouble, or at least she said she had trouble translating this. So, or at least not. Either way, I trust you more. You taught her. So.
Make a perception check.
Cool.
Oh no, insight. Let's go insight check.
All right, that's worse. 16.
The sort of nonchalant face of your mother kind of... Her brows furrow and there's a little bit of concern there.
Do you have anybody new in the retinue or like the house guard?
She hands about to... No, everyone's... The people that's been here most of your life.
Right. You ever heard of the Priory?
No.
Zaraj, have you ever heard of the Priory?
Let me think about all of my time with the Night Pilgrims. Is that a history check, Midge?
It would be, yes. And it would be at disadvantage.
Good. Great.
220s.
8.
Nope.
They sound religious. That's not really my forte.
I mean, the Night Pilgrims sound religious as well. Like, on the surface. Be honest.
They sound like movers and shakers. Mm.
No, I don't.
Okay, well, I'm freaking out. Could you take this and translate it onto a piece of paper, parchment for me, and then that's something I can read?
Yes.
And then I will deal with this later. I haven't slept in 48 hours.
You should give this to James. He has a way with items that perhaps he would be able to tell you more about the paper and the ink.
That's an incredible idea. He does like doing that and getting into people's business that he has not requested permission for.
This is
So-
perfect for him.
It's exactly what we need.
And this time he has permission.
Well, he has
This time it's not gonna work.
yeah, probably.
It only works without consent.
Oh God! No,
It has
to clear that up.
No.
No, it has to be surrounding something sad or dark or ominous. It's nothing about consent is important. Right.
Yep. I'll find James then somewhere. Is he like
James, where will you be in the home?
hungrily looking at people outside, or
We all
Are we
were at,
outside playing too? Oh,
We were all at his mother's, right? Now.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. What time is it? It's nighttime.
No, it's only about 5 in the evening in terms of time zone. But for you guys, it's like midday.
Probably
it is
just
raining, so it's probably
sitting
dark.
outside.
Oh yeah.
And probably like sitting
It's
outside
winter, so
under an
it's
awning
dark.
or something.
It's dark out, but it's winter. It's like, okay. Yeah, there's definitely a front porch.
I'd be probably just sitting out there on a rocker or whatnot if it's available.
Just doing the southern old man thing of just like, oh, it's raining, and just sitting outside while it rains, just like,
Absolutely.
just enjoying that air. All right. James, I need your help with something. It's, you know how you can see things sometimes?
I mean, I see things all the time, but yes.
Oh, right.
That Darius didn't choke saying those words is remarkable in of itself.
What the help bit?
Yeah.
Darius is kind of freaked out right now for a couple of reasons.
He's at his wit's end. 48 hours without sleep will do that to you. Several people in this call know that very well.
Yep.
Recent experience.
What's troubling you, my friend?
Don't know where this letter came from. We don't know who made it or how it got here. Just appeared. Was in behind a locked door. It wasn't there last time I was in. It's been admittedly a while, but you could see flashes of. You can get information on an object, right?
It depends on its
Or a person,
history, where it's been.
because you've done it once before, as far as I know.
Yes, we connected for a moment there.
Yep.
Um,
Can you give this a shot?
Yes, and let me. Is the seal still on it? Is it written in
yes.
blood or anything like that?
Not that I know of, and I don't think blood would make a sealing wax this nice. So
I mean, it might be
I
a
don't know.
component of anyways. Yes, let me see, and I'll see if something comes to me.
great.
And I'll go ahead and take the letter, and I'll hold it, start running my fingers over the ink, the seal, see if anything if I pick anything up.
Give me that history check then.
Oh, that went right off. Nah. It was a 10 plus an 8, so that'd been 18. Do you want me to re-roll it?
What did you say it was?
It was a 10 off the table.
Oh,
Plus 8, so it would have been 18.
That's totally fine. I'll believe you. You get an image of a flickering flame, like candlelight, and it's like and then the vision like unhazes to see a hand holding a candle holder with a door opening into what looks to be a bedroom. The individual puts the candle holder down on a writing desk and puts down a letter. In fact, it's the letter in your hand. And you see 3 rings on that person's hand. One with a symbol of a sword of mercy on it. One with the symbol of a star on it, and the other a symbol of a small aged bird. And the vision fades.
Darius, do any of individuals around here wear, I guess, excessive might be a matter of opinion, but in my opinion, it would be an excessive amount of rings on their hand?
Constantly, most people.
Any with a sword of mercy, a star, and what looks like an elderly bird or an aged bird? And what is it, a right or a left hand?
It was their left hand.
Does any of that ring a bell, Mitch? Should I roll a history check?
Roll me a history.
It's almost 20. 14.
I mean, all of those things are used quite a lot in heraldry and also in religious iconography.
It's a lot of mixed things. It's just because like on this island specifically, Anton has a falcon on his coat of arms. Martin has a sword. What was the other one? The sword, was it a star?
A star, yes.
Star. That one stands out. I don't think none of the main players have a star.
Translated?
No, that's going. This was, if you could figure anything out, give us little extra clues, then this is going to get translated, because I don't speak this language at all, but multiple people in this house do, among many others.
It doesn't fall on my tongue either, unfortunately. Do you know who wrote it, at least, like who the sender was?
Just, I've been told it was by the Priory.
The Priory? Does that sound familiar, Midge?
Make a history or religion check.
History or religion?
Hallowed be the Ori.
An order of vampire hunters. James knows them well.
Go with history. That'll be a 20, 30.
30-20. Couple of things come to mind. Priory obviously is a well-used term, and a lot of orders have taken that as like a shortening of their name. Particular to like the Rien, a group does come to mind. Which is the Priory of Silent Daughters, who are a mysterious faction, known to do a lot of sort of charitable work's the wrong word. It's one of those groups that has kind of like a good bogeyman kind of ideal
Gotcha.
to them. And they are often depicted as masked feminine individuals who save children in times of ill, or they've got like they're like a protective bogeyman kind of thing.
Mhm.
It's one of those ones of there's a good chance these were real at one point, and now they're stories, or it's like it's very bungled mess of if they're true or not kind of thing. But you know that to be something that is like a story out of the north of the Rien.
Priory, you say? And nobody's heard of anything or had any inklings as to what that could be associated with? The one that comes to mind for me is the one of the Silent Daughters. That's the one that kind of strikes the most as sticking with that name, Priory. Have you ever heard of them?
No, we didn't do a lot of like stories, fairy tales when I was younger or anything like that. It wasn't really a part of the curriculum.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to be learned from stories and fairy tales. They might have been told in a theatrical manner, but some of it has some truth to it.
It wasn't my choice.
Maybe I'll get you a book of them.
All right. Thank you, James. You've been invaluable once again in finding information.
When I shouldn't have?
No, this time this time you were expressly asked. Like, if you had somehow done it again without being asked and behind somebody's back, then I would be somewhat cross, but that hasn't happened.
Yes. I wanted to talk to you about that brick, and where it came from. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, so that thing that you don't like me doing, it kind of happened again.
I want to like you, James. I do. But you keep doing things. Okay, what about? What'd you see this time?
You had a fierceness about you in that vision that I saw. And, I think you need to find that again. But apply it in a little bit more of a, controlled manner.
You don't know what you're talking about.
No, I don't. But,
So, don't, that's, just, no. I'm, Doris leaves. Just goes, sits down on a couch somewhere.
Just go back to rocking in the chair.
Breton and Ruby, what have you been up to in this downtime?
Nothing. Other than enjoying a nice cup of tea and some cookies. Breton probably would have made his way out onto the porch at some point.
Okay.
Just to kind of wash out the retainers who are all standing out in the rain, keeping an eye on the estate. Not a whole lot to do, so stabling for the horse, assuming that there is some form of stabling here at the cottage or estate, or somewhere to hitch the horse.
There's definitely stables here.
He'd make small talk with some of the retainers just to get a feel for obviously it comes off as fairly obvious to these individuals that these people care quite a bit about their job. He wants to get a personal feeling of why. He wants to get to know these guys and why they feel the way they do, and maybe in the meantime learn more about why they feel this strongly about this versus the Renards, the divide between them. Just getting the idea of the situation.
You can give me a persuasion check.
So an
Sure.
inter-service rivalry we can exploit.
I rolled a 4. Do I want to go ahead and use my inspiration on this? You know what? I probably won't roll very much this session. I'll do it. Why the hell not? I'm not going to be rolling a whole lot, I don't imagine.
Surprise, it's a combat session.
And it's a 3. God damn it. 11.
So you get talking to an individual by the name of Gamel, one of the retainers, and basically what you get from them is like, we're employed directly to the house. You talk to Gamel and it's like, oh, my father's lived in a village belonging to the lady's grandfather. It's my honor to be at least in service to her family. I'm not a mercenary of that sort. I'm a paid house guard.
So I was aware that the lady had some minor nobility to her. I wasn't aware that. So you say that you what holdings does her family possess? I mean,
It's only a couple of hamlets, and she wasn't directly in dying for it, but obviously still needs protection. So, but it's in the very, very north of the King's County. I'm trying to get up the world map so I can quote you the exact name.
Sure.
Yeah. My father protected her mother and father. I saw it as my duty to offer service.
Good on you. I know that you spend your time here. I don't suppose much word comes in about the far effects of the war. We pretty much wherever we go, we do try to get a little bit of knowledge of how the situation is going.
So it's a hamlet just outside of Whitford. The lady's family have an estate near their small keep, a couple of villages. Not involved directly in the town, but just outside in the forests there. As for the war, we hear all sorts. Tom and Reynard likes to be very informed of all the ongoings, so there's messengers arriving almost daily here. And word spreads throughout the houses, and we hear all sorts. What kind of things you're looking to hear? Just general report?
Trying to keep in mind on it. We've been pretty far removed from the war effort, and we hear tidings here and there, but most of it's far removed and weeks out of time, so it's hard to keep a up-to-date tracker with what's actually going on in the moment.
Well, Castle Carlis is currently under siege. That's a big one. A landing force landed in Birch. It crossed the Bay of Strife at night and sacked the town there. Poor place. It was struggling ever since a dragon destroyed the cathedral there. But it's the whole town, the whole village is pretty much a goner now. And but the force up there has just been it was a lighter force, but it's kind of on a bit of a what do you call it, like a raiding mission around the north of the Carlis marshlands. It was last sighted near Brexley, and yeah, they it's drawing a lot of troop attention away from relieving the siege, and basically, Carlos Marshlands is seen as pretty much fucked, really. A lot of the forces now that were encamped there are either inside the castle itself or have pulled back to Trexford, encamping there, reorganizing. But the actual the marshlands where most of the war has gone in the past too, completely clear of it. This is the closest the Elandrin have got, furthest the Elandrin have got since the first war.
Yeah, that's what we'd heard, and the news doesn't sound good in the any word. I appreciate appreciate you letting me know.
Oh, by all means.
He'll keep making small talk, but for now he'll probably just stay out here.
Sure.
But I guess he's at this point he's just standing watch on the porch as well, making small talk, seeing what comes up or what doesn't.
Give me just give me another persuasion check as you're continuing to talk.
Sure. That's better. 24.
See if this guy lets anything slip. Yeah, he feels comfortable enough. Oh no, it's a pretty easy job here. We don't actually have to leave the house much unless the lady wants to go somewhere. Sometimes she'll take a night trip out of the island, but that's basically it.
Breton will nod a recognition, but won't comment on that at all. Won't press that information. Seems like a good guy. Breton's not going to press this guy for information that might end up losing him his job and his position. But that might be something Darius isn't interested in knowing later. Okay. No, that pretty much covers that.
Okay.
Would me and Darius have been having our conversation around the same time Breton was moseying about the yard?
I would have said halfway through Breton talking to some of the guards, etc. Okay. Breton, you would have seen Darius go back inside after talking to James.
Sure. Darius seemed slightly irate.
Give me an insight check. It's not a high DC.
I'm not super good at insight, but sure. 12.
Darius looks frazzled.
Yeah, but that's, to be fair, Darius has looked frazzled since we came to the island, so that might be a hard one to pick.
True.
But probably the most frazzled he's looked since we came to this house, though.
Yes. Yes, the level of weight that was lifted by being at home has instantly piled back on. What about Valmir? What's Valmir doing?
So Valmir knows that this island's full of Darius's family, very martial kind of esque. So he'd look to see if there was anyone any training stuff going on, any martial stuff.
At this house, no. If you ventured out of this house's grounds, you might find something.
I probably wouldn't have left the house's grounds, to be honest. So
are you just going to explore the house
around?
a bit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You do come across the house's library.
Oh yeah, I'll take a gander inside.
Yeah, it's.
Find the...
This seems to be one of the most pristine areas of that. Not that the house isn't pristine. The rest of the house is homely. This seems to be so well kept. It could be a private study sort of large. There's a lot of books here. There's at the end of the the room. It's a long corridor room, but it's a large rectangular room. At the far end of it is a large bay window that takes up the entire wall, and then the bay window comes up into a almost a cone to to meet where the roof arches come in. Like it's all glass at that wall, and outside you can then just see a little forest sort of like scene. Like there's very like gardened forest outside of it. There's like a little bridge, a little stream going through, and there's also like a bench set up so that you can read and look out on the window. It's like not a bench but like a sofa. But it is 2.5 stories of books on each side.
I will
avid readers
look
here.
for something that looks old. Maybe something that looks a bit peculiar. Judging books by its cover is like there's nothing ever wrong with that. So just look for something that like catches the eye.
Sure. Give me an investigation check.
I will do that. I accidentally closed my character sheet. That's fun. There. All right. Investigation, you said.
Yes, indeedy.
I'll take a 16.
16. Nothing that looks particularly out there. There's no like big book of mysteries like anything. It's a lot of linguistics.
Maybe Demonica or something.
Yeah, there's no Mythic Dawn commentaries. There's no like there's a lot of linguistic books.
I'm sure I need those.
Including ones in languages that you're like, that's a peculiar language to have there. Like what seems to be like an undercommon dictionary and things like that. What you do see is in one corner, kind of behind the door, so you missed it initially, on a slightly... It's like, you know, when the shelf is also to match the book, like there's like a book casing for the books because it's like an anthology of, you know, like where you get encyclopedias and they're all the same sort of binding.
And then there's one that's different. It really sets off people's ADHD.
Well,
OCD, not the ADHD.
You see this sort of very plain set of books in like an encyclopedic rack, I'm gonna call it, of what looks to be individual books from the Book of Ascension.
Oh, that would work.
The Rhiannian religious texts. But one of the books is missing, and you see that like there's like, you know, when one book is like so used to having another book next to it, it's now just like, and then the collection continues. One of the books from the mix is missing.
Can I see what volume this set is? Like, because, you know, there's lots, like, it's been written, rewritten, translated, retranslated.
Sure. Yeah.
How early are these?
This is a second edition set.
That's pretty good. Which book is missing? Like, I would, from all of the stuff we've done so far.
Book 4. There's actual Roman numerals, or not Roman numerals, but
Rhiannian numerals.
Yeah. Albion numerals.
Book 4. What was book 4 about? Would I know? Would I remember?
Well, you know, with this, it would be draconic, wouldn't it? Roman numerals would be draconic.
Yeah, especially with like they scratch it with the claws.
Yeah, and they were like, yeah. They're doing draconic script numerals.
Is the writing in draconic as well, or no?
No. These seem to be in Albion.
What was the 4th book of Ascension?
Let's see if you know that. Give me a history check.
I will give you a history check. That'd be a natural 20 for a 24. I do believe I know.
Quote
So-
chapter and verse.
It's
Yeah.
it's a book known as the Book of Martyred Kings.
So that would probably talk a lot about the king that never was, I would imagine.
Specifically, it's the part of the book that covers the final battles of the War for the Heavens, and ends with the banishment and Norel.
Okay. Are there any of the books that are rarer than the others? Like, is it rare to find a second edition 6th book or anything like that?
What would be like an appraisal of history? Actually, with that natural 20, fuck it, you can have it in for books 4, 5, and 6 tend to be a bit rarer than books 1, 2, and 3.
I'm gonna nab book 5 and start reading it, and I'm gonna bring book 6 with me as well.
Okay. Are you leaving the library?
No, I'm gonna sit at that sexy ass window.
Okay. Yeah,
That looks like a great place to read.
Yeah, no, it definitely is real. Like, and with the pitter patter of the rain on the glass and the fresh sort of like alpine like smell of the trees like wafting in through some of the windows, it's cozy as heck.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah, there's furs on the sofa, so if you get cold, you can wrap yourself.
The perfect.
I never want to leave this house. I don't care about saving the world anymore. It's so like cottagecore vibes. I'm so content.
Cottage.
It's Anglo-Saxon cottagecore is what this is.
What are books 4 and 5 about?
So books 5. Well, you've asked what book 4 was.
Sorry, what's 5 and 6? Sorry.
4 is 5 is the Book of the Summit. And then the book 6 is the Book of Travels, which is the final travels before. It's actually also the biggest book, and it's his like the 100 years of travels he took before ascending.
Okay. Is there a 7th book?
No.
Or is 6 the final?
Yeah.
All right.
It's
Okay.
in this particular like works of it. Yes, this anthology would have 6. And like
Okay.
like the Book of Ascent, this would be like the second edition is kind of the first. This is gonna be confusing in my wording here. It's the first version that was semi-public in availability, sort of thing. It's the like once the Rhiannian Church formed, it was the first like versions brought up by the aristocracy and distributed to the church, etc. So it's old and it has since been revised for sure, but it's not like finding the first edition versions. Still pretty good though.
Could you tell me what the names of 4 and 5 is again, just for my notes?
4 is the Book of Martyred Kings.
Yep. And 5 was.
Oh gosh. It's the Book of the Green and Pleasant Day, but it's basically about the summit.
Okay. Valmir will spend his time reading
Sure.
5 and 6.
Okay. Back to Darius. Darius. Where's Stress Brain taking you?
Onto a couch and just sitting down with a jumpy leg, like that's
Ruby, you
about it.
Darius has definitely not noticed you drinking tea in the corner, and you just see them come like instantly sit down and are just like breathing into a paper bag kind of level. You're muted, friend.
Muted.
You're muted, friend.
I was just saying she'd walk over and hand him a paper bag.
I took the words out of your mouth.
You really did.
Yeah. Well, there you go. You hand him a paper bag.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Uses it a bit. Okay. All right. This is fine. This is fine.
You know, Darius, I'm usually not the one for platitudes, but there is something my mother once told me a long time ago that I've started trying to adopt myself.
Mm.
And it goes along the lines of accept the things you cannot change. I don't know if that helps you at all, but...
Not as much. But thank you.
Find the will to change the things you can.
It sounds like a saying.
It kind of is, and I hate platitudes, but after dealing with, well, you saw my father.
Mm. Oh, yeah, no, we did.
I get it. If you need somebody to talk to, I'll be in the corner drinking my tea and reading something about the green and pleasant day, I'm sure.
There's a library upstairs, like a fully stocked one.
Oh, I know. She'll hold up a book.
Right.
I've made myself at home.
Just don't,
you might want to stop Zaraj. I think she's trying to sleep with your mother.
It's a way of saying that for sure.
If only Ghibli.
When you say that, never
Like
mind.
in the same room with her.
That's
No,
not
I didn't judge.
all right. I need. Okay. It's it's. I'm not in. It's fine.
Have fun.
It's fine. It's fine. Good. Yeah, he gave the letter to his mother to translate over the night when she's got time. So he's got a
You
copy.
Darius needs a large bag of weed.
No. Darius would 100% go
On that
full
note, is
paranoid.
Moses with us?
No, he's on the ship,
Oh.
remember?
Darius probably would go full paranoid.
Yeah, Darius would just be just bad trips.
What's going on?
The thing is, weed is not
Darius is not a
supposed
fun person.
Guys, come on.
There's a reason he avoids mind-altering substances.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, okay, so you all settle down to sleep? Attempts?
I'll sleep in the library. There's furs. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm comfy.
There's furs in your room as well.
Yeah, but there ain't books there.
No, well, there might be.
I've got Devil's Eye. I don't need the light to read by.
True.
It's actually a good point. It's like,
Okay,
It's like you
if
gotta-
you're not
it's
going
got
to
a book
sleep,
light.
though, you do risk a point of exhaustion.
I know I'll sleep, but I'll sleep like laying down reading the book and then fall asleep reading it.
Okay.
Wake up, keep reading.
So, Falme, what are you
Yes.
particularly trying to ascertain from this book?
Honestly, I'm just reading from the start and going through it. Like, if there's anything that's like particularly eye-catching as I'm reading through it, I'll make a note of it.
This is book
But it's
5,
not like
correct?
I'm doing research here. It's just reading.
Okay. Do you want the story of the first green and pleasant day, or are you?
Sure.
Okay. The story opens to the first. The story opens on the direct aftermath of the final battle of the War of the Heavens, with this this figure that is in this version of the text referred to as, just double check so I don't use the wrong one. King of the Nether was. Yes. In this version, referred to as the Chainbreaker. It talks of as like for the first like couple of paragraphs are the conversations with various commanders post battle, like learning of who's fallen, who hasn't. There is also a big dedication to those who have died and making sure they're buried. But then on the site of the final battle, building this great amphitheater and chamber to house the Great Summit, where all the various gods will be called to either atone or discuss the fate of the world. It then goes on to having multiple sort of paragraphs dedicated to various gods giving their speeches is kind of the easiest way to do things. These are a lot of you'll recognize these although you don't follow this religion, like so like when it gets to say Paylor, like you'll notice that this speech given by Paylor at this moment is often recited as like a major Paylorian prayer, and the same with the various other gods that would later become the Nine Lights, those who are prayed to in the Albion faith.
What about is Bahamut giving a speech there?
Let us see if
No, he's left out exclusively.
I don't think Bahamut is considered one of the Nine Lights, so no.
Was he at the summit?
He was at the summit.
Then I guess I'd be quite interested in like reading about what he did in relation to all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's kind of my area of interest then.
Sure. You learn of like so Bahamut's forces were part of what is known as essentially the Good Alliance. They do have a more fun name than that. I'm scanning my own Wikipedias because it's been a while since I've had to pull this information. But essentially, he's a major part of the divine alliance that was on the side of good, and
the allies.
Yeah, and essentially the allies, and was a major factor in some of the other battles, and especially helped in the hunting down of other gods who refused to leave post the events of the summit. Actually, in the summit, there's a big note to Bahamut remaining silent but watchful the entire time, and was a major force in keeping order during the summit.
Did Bahamut have any interactions with Lolth in this period?
So the Divine Confederacy is the Good Alliance, by the way. I finally got there. With Lolth, there is definitely mention of Lolth, who initially was actually a member of the Divine Confederacy, as the Fae also fell to that side eventually. But following the leader of the Fae Alliance's sort of there's a big mention actually in this book of essentially the sundering of the Fae Alliance, and how the courts split, so that you had the Seelie and Unseelie courts broke apart again. The Seldarian and the Dark Seldarian broke apart again, which was the Fae Alliance, but its proper name is the Alliance of the Courts of the Twilight Kingdom. But there's there's a big whole section of after the Elven Creator God agreed with the Chainbreaker. A lot of the members of those courts went into hiding and were then hunted down. There's a particular whole section, like a whole mini book within this book about Lolth being hunted down into the darkest parts of the world.
Into the Underdark.
Essentially. And it's actually one of the people that hunted them down is someone who took on who with a name that also rings familiar to you.
Aureus.
No.
No, okay. Imagine.
It's a name it's a name by the known as Iolas. Which was the given name of Elendor the Immortal.
Aha. Is there any more information I can get on Elendor the Immortal from this then? Like, what was he like back then?
Give me an investigation check. I think we're getting into that Natural 20s run out region.
Investigation. 18. What's
Hey,
going on?
Nice.
How
Yeah,
am I doing this?
definitely. There's actually a big part of the way this particular book actually ends is with the crowning of Elendor the Immortal. Because before the 100 years of journeying, that at this point of the book, the name Chainbreaker is dropped and becomes the king that never was. As it's right after they turn down the crowning themselves to become lord of this world, that the Elven Creator God turns to Aeolas, his general on this plane, and crowns him king of the Eladrin Empire.
Lovely.
And the last line of the of this section is known it's like the book essentially ends with the line, and now onto us is the true beginning of the new age. And that's how it ends.
And now unto us is the true beginning of a new age.
Yep.
All right. Cool.
Aries?
Is the expedition over?
Yeah. I mean,
I didn't know how long that. I didn't know how much information more.
I mean, there's more, and we can come back to that. But yeah, as we move into the evening, Darius, is there something you'd like to do?
Yeah, Darius is still pretty freaked out. Probably gets up after a while, thinking things over, and leaving his mother to kind of do what she needs to do, or if she's working on that or something like that.
She's She's put the letter down, and it's like of a kind of thing as like she's saying it. She started. She put a thing, and then she's gone back to what she was doing.
All right. Well, that'll get done when it gets done. Hopefully. Where would Zaraj be?
Right next to your mom. Whatever your
Right
mom's
next-
doing, I'm right next to her.
Still there. I sat at the kitchen table.
Trying so hard to resist not knocking shit off of the table.
Such a cat.
Pushing the glass millimeters over an hour. God. All right. Yeah. Darius finds Zaraj then, and you can probably tell he's still not back to what he was when he got here. But he just goes up. Zaraj, are you? Where are you? Are you going to the guest lounge, lodge, tonight, or?
As you ask this, Darius, your mother like stops what she's doing and picks up the letter and goes, "I'm gonna go work on this for a moment."
That's not what I.
And leaves the room.
I swear she's horrible.
Horrible. She's the best person I've ever met. I like her more than lots of people I've met.
She's great. I seem to trip over that, but
I have not made up my mind where I was going to stay. I was sort of hoping to stay here in the family house, not as a guest.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not comfortable I'm not comfortable up there. You can have my room for the night. I'll just sleep on a couch. And just try and get some sleep.
Are you going to let me into your childhood bedroom?
Someone has already broken in, as far as I can understand, so the damage, I think, has been done to me.
Well, I'm sure you've already checked for tracks leading to the desk where someone would have put the letter.
No, not really. If you want to, I'm not going to begrudge you. Just try not move things too much.
Okay, well, a good investigation may take me rifling through your personal things for investigation reasons only, of course.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna go lay down in the living room and nap.
Okay, would you like a tea?
No, I'm good. One, that's just gonna make me more jittery, and two, that'll make napping harder.
It's an herbal tea. I saw your mother has lots of chamomile in the kitchen, freshly grown from the garden. I will make you some.
All right.
I don't know
lays
how to
down on a
make
couch.
tea, so I'm actually gonna have to ask Ruby how to make tea. Ruby, it's kind of like cooking, more like witchcraft, but I don't know. I'm just holding loose tea, it's spilling out of my paws onto the floor. Like, please help.
Okay.
Thank you.
She'll get up, put her book down, take her reading glasses off, and go to the kitchen with tea make tea.
While you're making the tea, I'm going to try to very quietly ask if you will help me investigate Darius's room, but I don't want Darius to overhear this.
You traitor.
Yeah, I'm betraying your trust pretty badly, but I'm not very intelligent, and so I'm gonna ask the smartest person I know.
Oh, that's depressing.
So
Ruby's got like a 10 intelligence.
well, I don't know. You're charismatic.
Ruby is cunning. She is not smart.
Yeah, but your
Claudia
charisma.
has an 18 intelligence.
So,
It's like
I don't.
your student.
I don't think I'd be the best person for that. Tempting though it may be to fuck with him. Claudia probably be better, because she's less likely to get killed by him later.
That's true. Okay, well, thank you for helping with the tea. I'm going to go ask her now. But just you need to tell Darius he needs to get more beers.
Oh, I've been telling him that for years, or feels like years anyway.
Feels like 2 or more at this point.
Okay. I guess I will go up to find Claudia and investigate Darius's room, being very careful not to mess up. You know, we're treating this like a crime scene. Okay. I'll literally climb on the walls and the ceiling to not put my feet on the ground if I...
Give me an investigation check at advantage if you're taking Claudia.
Boy, Claudia should have done this and I should have helped her.
Yeah, but you're the player. She's the NPC.
Yep.
21.
There you go. It's quite dusty in here, and it seems the individual didn't spend in here long. You do quite clearly see where the letter was left on the desk, as it has moved a layer of dust, as well as a circular mark where something else was put down on the desk. Possibly like a mug or a candle holder. And then there are footprints, slightly, very faintly, in a small layer of dust on the wooden floor, that sort of circle towards the window and then the wall. If you were to trace them back, it looks like the footprints come out of the wall.
Out of the wall. Okay. Just double checking the window locks from the inside. Does it even open?
The window, does it even open, Darius?
Yes, it opens. It is locked, but yes, it opens.
Is it one of the German ones that can open this way, but then also open this way?
I think it's just a basic, just like a hinged window, like nothing too fancy.
Claudia, do you know anyone that lives on the island that is a magic user with the ability to walk through walls?
Oh, I mean, yes. Anton is a practiced and very powerful sorcerer who runs a essentially mini college of mages to serve his father's ever-growing martialistic empire that he's slowly carving out with blood and coin. Other than that, no.
Question, do you bury your dead here? Is there some sort of graveyard or...
That depends on the personal faith of the family. There's probably a graveyard here of the lord who technically owns this island. And they would be buried. It's Rhiannon culture to be. I think grandfather was burnt. However, father's very practical.
Yeah, I doubt that it is ghosts, but I'm not yet ready to rule them out. I'm not saying it's aliens.
What is an alien?
Could
Ask Pathfinder.
I get a paper and just sort of sketch the exact size and shape of the footprint to then
Yes,
later
I thought you were going to start
people?
drawing a grey man, like
No,
just...
no.
This.
So, anyways,
I want to believe
um,
X-Files music plays.
so
Just start drawing a Zorp.
yeah, I want to essentially make copies of this footprint, like
Sure.
10 of them or so.
Absolutely.
And
Okay.
I assume that there's no tread.
Give me a quick, like, dex.
Dex is great. That's my favorite skill.
Is it though?
17.
Oh, yeah, you don't smudge them. They're pretty exact. There is a little bit of an imprint. It's clearly like you get like the clear impression of like two soles of like a heeled boot, either a riding boot or a traveling boot. And it seems to be in a woman's size.
Claudia?
Claudia, does your mother do, is she practiced in the arcane?
No, she hates magic.
I thought so, because there are no magic users in the retinue, her personal, right?
Nope. Which is kind of annoying if you want to send a message, but mother's a little bit traditional in that way.
I'd like to check the hallway, like outside of the wall, like sort of gauging, like, you know, if I was gonna walk through the wall, where would I pop out on the other side? I assume that I can find the tracks in here because it's dusty and out there it probably has been cleaned and probably hard to find, but maybe there's something?
Darius, what room would be next to yours?
Honest, probably, like, I'm assuming there's not a huge amount of space, so it'd either be like Claudia's or the guest room, so maybe like Claudia or whatever room Alexis is staying in, unless she's sharing with Claudia. So it's probably just like a room that's a multi-use or can be a bedroom.
It would be, I'd say it'd be Alexis. So I was just trying to gauge if you were corner of the house or not.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, it would be Alexis's room.
And that's the brother that I yelled at, right? That's the brother I was...
Alexi is the father of Alexis. So the brother was Alexa. It was Alexi.
Okay.
So it's the room in which
his
Darius's nephew is currently staying in.
Okay.
Niece.
Niece,
And
yes.
Claudia, does she stay here often? Like regularly? Or is this
From what mother was saying, well, yes and no, but right now, yes, because my brother, her father, doesn't want her on the front line, which is fair enough.
We should look into who has had access to this room and perhaps speak to Alexis, because the intruder came through this wall from over there.
Okay, let's... He knocks the door. Alexis, it's Claudia. Do you mind if we come in for a moment? And you just hear it as an 11-year-old girl opens the door. You see she's been playing with what seems to be like little like plush stuffed horses.
Oh my gosh, those horses are so cute. Do they have names?
Yes, of course they would. As a child, I have definitely named these horses.
Sprinkles and Rainbow Puff.
This is
Twilight.
Tobias and Chestnut.
Oh,
Okay.
very cool. Alexis, can I check her feet? Just visual foot inspection. Does it match the
She's
footprint?
barefoot right now.
Well, but the size, I mean, you know.
Oh
like
no,
in-
her feet are tiny compared. This was
Okay.
definitely a grown woman.
Alexis, do people ever use your room, or do you ever have someone stay in your room when you're not here that you know of?
I hope not. No, this is you're the first people to come in for today.
Well, that's good to know.
Would you like to play?
Yes, I very much would. Thank you so much for asking. And I will take Chestnut and start doing like the,
Okay,
you
sure.
know, horsey trots with her. I assume that this is probably a dead end, and I'll just.
Sure. You are now stuck for the next hour or so playing horses with a child.
You say stuck. I say this is a great opportunity, and I'm
Sure.
very glad to once again weasel my way into
This family.
the household.
Yep. Okay.
Just gonna start
Um,
wearing the cloak tomorrow.
Okay. Other than that, is there anything anyone else would like to do this evening?
After I finish my cup of tea,
Hmm?
I would. Is Nyla still in the kitchen, or she went away right after Darius and?
Yes. In fact, after Valmir, Nyla does enter the library and sits at her desk, which is kind of to the left of where the sofa is, and it also points towards out the window. And she lights a little candle, and then, oh, gosh, you could have
Sorry.
you could have lit this, and you didn't have to sit here in the dark all mopey.
Darkness suits me. But sorry for scaring you.
No,
It was
it's fine.
not intentional.
I look. Normally it's Thea that scares me in here, so it's actually kind of refreshing that it's someone else. You can have found her in the library. James,
Okay.
if you want, James, because I know James. You said you were looking for.
Yeah. Nyla, do you have a moment?
Yes. Look, candles are kept in the drawer if you do want some light. Drawer of the desk, and this matches on the table. Yes, dear. What is it? Returns to you.
I was just wondering where you kept your tea, and I had another quick question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure. It's the third cupboard next to the stove top. What's the other question?
Oh, I just wanted to know, are you still associated with the daughters?
Okay.
Fatmire puts his book down and he's has no idea who the daughters are, but he just seems like an interesting conversation.
I don't. Not for some time.
Well, thank you for being honest. I wasn't quite sure if you would be with being so straightforward or not.
You kind of cornered me in my own home here.
I tend to not like to beat around the bush.
It's fine.
So, do you know where this letter came from? Or who?
Until reading it, I didn't know this letter existed, but I do have an idea of whom it's from. Yes.
Now, typically, this wouldn't be a bad omen, would it?
None of this is typical.
Fair point.
it's not dangerous per se. That's what you mean.
Yes. Mainly, I just want to make sure that we don't have something else on our tail. Waiting to bite.
It's the fortunate thing about destiny, my dear. It's always on your tail, whether you like it or not. Shut the door, will you?
Very
Have a
well.
little cat.
I'll go ahead and close the door behind me.
Sure. Just to turn the screws on Roach even more, I'm gonna DM you and Valmail what she says during our break in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else want to do anything? Sorry.
I'll speak for Darius. Mild panic attack. No. Moderate panic attack.
Yeah, Darius is like just gone to like just drank the tea, whatever he was providing, has just gone like tried to like tossed over to the side and tried to sleep in like
Unconscious
somewhat of a
panic attack.
uncomfortable position. Which now I think about it is also not great because he might have a dream and then just be bleeding on the couch like in the morning. But that would be great.
Roll for back pain from sleeping on a couch.
Yeah.
Sleeps on the
Or
ground
knife pain.
for him not too. So
Dream.
but yeah, no, he
Okay.
doesn't do anything. Just passes out for the rest of the night. He's not disturbed.
If no one else does anything, Darius, take a Constitution saving throw.
I have a level of exhaustion.
Yes, you do.
That doesn't apply to this.
Yeah, that's
A saving throw?
It's ability checks, not saving throws. I think at this level.
I thought it was reversed.
Isn't saving throws like 3 points?
Yeah, I thought 3. Is it 5? 5 that's death or 3 that's
It's
death?
3.
Yeah.
6 is death.
6 is death.
They revised that in the new edition, by the way. Now it's good. No, it goes from 0 to 10.
Oh, is it?
The only part in 1D&D I like is the new exhaustion stuff.
Yeah.
14.
Yeah, 14.
Okay.
What happens, Midge?
You get
Yeah,
fucking
sure.
stabbed.
It's not stabbed yet. Darius, your eyes open to a village in flame. There is like hovels and houses completely bursting with just roaring fires. Above you, you see a skyship crashing to the ground. Also covered in flame. In a moment, you now see men of steel and armor in. Give me a quick perception check.
Ten.
You see men of steel and armor, and you think it's like mostly armor and stuff, but then you realize no. That's a Lagerungslander. That is a crystal steel. That's Warforged coming towards you. In its hand, rudimentary firearms aimed at you. What do you do?
Confused. This is different. Is whoever I am, do they have a gun or do they have a sword? Or what am I armed with?
You look down. There is no sword or weapon in your hands.
Okay, that's
You look at your. There is a belt. Or you've got a sword belt, but it's without a sword in it.
cool. All right, then evasive. So, is there any cover or a major building or something to run towards?
I mean, there's buildings around, but a lot of them are on fire. There's carts. You're in a small hamlet or village.
Cool. And they're pointing guns at me?
Yep.
I surrender.
They open fire.
All right, that was the bad choice.
Um,
It's a low luck roll.
and you take
How much damage?
You take 16 points of piercing damage as hot metal tears through your body.
All right, that hurts.
And you notice that there's gunshots everywhere, but this individual looks to be reloading.
Cool, I rush him.
Okay.
We're gonna see how strong this persona I'm currently inhabiting is.
Okay.
If this is a Warforged, this is a bad idea. So,
Go for it. Strength check.
Yeah, charge.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Strength check if you're gonna try and. Are you trying to knock them down? Grapple the gun? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, shoulder check them. Try and knock them off their
sure.
their balance. So strength check. Just
Yeah,
basic
yep.
strength check.
Using your stats.
25. That's a natural 20.
They go down straight into the muddy ground. A loud explosion crashes behind you as you look, and a fire and a piece of flaming debris falls next to you. The Warforged goes down and is just unconscious.
Oh, it's a Warforged. Okay, that's okay. Darius has never used a firearm before.
You take a look at them. They do have like a falchion at their hip as well.
Take that along with the bayonet if there is one. Well, no, it's the early firearms.
Really, there's like a stick to brace it.
Yeah. Just take the falchion and look for safety.
Okay.
There's no safety. Look for a clear path to like the hills.
Yeah, sure. You start running towards the outside of the town. The forest around you licking with flame. Give me a quick perception check.
Cool. Perception check. 11.
In the flames, you see what seems to be a figure of a person, like a burning person, like not someone on fire, someone made of fire, just in the break of the trees. And as you catch eyes of that, the visage that you're looking through is fixated on it and can't shake it until suddenly you crash into something and you turn and you feel warm in your stomach.
God damn it. Another gut shot.
As an individual in all black and green, cloaked, thrusts a blade into your stomach. And as that blade goes in and air escapes your body, a skyship crashes into you both.
Okay. All right.
Your vision goes blank, and then for a moment, it fades back in. And the last thing you see in this dream is a gnome pulling another one of these metal soldiers out of a crash.
Do I recognize the gnome? Is it a maybe less gray-haired version of my friend?
It is indeed a less grey-haired Sky Span.
What the fuck's going on with me?
And you wake up.
Am I bleeding?
Yes, heavily.
Is it night?
It is night. Ruby, did you take to rooms, or are you still in the living area?
She's still in the living area.
I'm rolling perception check for the smell of blood.
You're in another house.
You're in another house. This is why I was
Me too.
asking specifically. Ruby, you fell asleep with your book. Just, coziness. And it was
Can I make a stealth check to try and get out of this without making a scene? Can I, with a disadvantage stealth check?
Absolutely, you can. But you suddenly jolt awake as you hear a ah!
Disadvantage stealth check. Come on. $12.
No,
Doesn't exceed my passive.
does not exceed Ruby's passive as Ruby looks over and you see blood pooling on the tunic of Darius as they just beads of sweat run down their face and they're awake, and also what seems to be like a scorched burn mark on their brow.
Becoming punished, Darius. That's what we're doing.
She'll walk over.
Yeah.
Sunderstar, send the regards.
Whoa, what? It's not even the right canon.
No, she'll rush over to him and do a quick call before she will close her eyes. Soul?
Oh God. Okay.
I've got it. It's fine. I'm fine. This is a lot less bad than he used to.
Yeah, she's not paying attention.
Roll a 100 on a 1, soul explodes.
Give me a wisdom
Yeah,
saving
where's
throw.
my family home?
I have advantage because of the ring, correct?
Yes, you do.
Because that's 22.
Okay. Roll a d6, please.
A D6?
Yep. Advantage on this too. So.
Alright. Oop.
As long as you don't roll a 1.
4 and 2.
Okay. The red hair glows gold for a moment and then white. Your eyes also glow this golden color, and like a blue hue takes to your irises. And Soul is now standing in front of Darren.
Visiting for a moment. Darius.
Okay, it's fine. I'm good.
No, it's really not. She'll reach out and just kind of gently place a hand on his chest as she will cast upon him Heal.
Healing word would have been fine. It's
No, he gets 70 points of healing.
Okay, that
Yep.
it was 16 points of damage.
When you wake up in the middle of the night and you see just blood everywhere, she's not bothering to look. She's not a doctor. She's a healer.
Yep. All right, that felt a little overdone, but I'm good. It's good. I'm good. Thank you. That's very helpful. It's fine. You should go to bed.
Yeah,
You should go to bed. I'll be fine.
You lose your point of exhaustion as well from that.
Oh, great. Yeah, actually, I feel better than I did before, so this has worked out better. This has worked out. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go. There's a bed in the house you could go to if you need to.
She's just gonna put a hand on his shoulder and just try to push him back down if he's trying to get up.
Yeah. Darius, do you resist the pushing back down of Soul?
Yes. I made a resolve check. Rolled out 20.
He's very
he doesn't want to
reluctant.
be here.
Yeah, he's
He
very
doesn't want to be here. I'm good. I don't want to talk about
Darius?
it. I don't want to talk about it.
Please.
It's fine. It's
No.
fine. This has actually worked out because now I have something in common with Zap, apparently.
No, one of two things happened. Either you tried to commit suicide or somebody attacked you with magic while you were sleeping.
Neither of those are true.
Neither of them are
those are
good.
Yeah, and also none of them are true. Don't worry. Hey, actually, you know what? You can go talk to James about this. He knows it, and he doesn't care if I don't want anybody else to know. So you can ask him.
She's just gonna close her eyes for a moment and she's gonna subtle cast sending to James.
Fair
Okay.
point. He's never talked to anybody about his visions except for those that they were involved with.
Darius just wants,
Just so you know.
to go. Just
Well,
keeping
it-
things
Sending.
Soul's like getting in front of him and it's, James,
No,
please.
it's fine.
And you hear in your mind, James, Soul's voice, James, please come to the library. There's been an attack on Darius.
You mean the living room?
Whatever. The living
The
room.
library.
The living room.
Okay.
So I'm assuming this is the middle of the night.
Yeah,
It's
this
like
is
midnight.
this is probably. I mean, you all kind of retired early, so yeah, probably about midnight.
It's fine. I don't want this to be a big deal because I don't want my mother to worry, or Claudia to worry, or even Alexis.
Would we still be talking with Nyla
No.
at this point?
I
Okay.
don't think so. Unless there were further questions, but we'll handle that in the break.
Yes.
When I finally type up what. Got to try and
So
work
I
out the
guess-
Sparks notes of those.
I guess at
still
this
have
point,
been in the
that
library.
conversation, we'll just say it had ended. There's plenty of time to have had
Yes.
it end, and then
Yeah.
I'd be just barely getting woken up because I imagine I would have stayed up a little bit, kind of just pondering on the information.
Yep, that, and you've also got to try and reset the body clock to a different time zone.
Yeah.
Which I think is
'cause
the
he,
biggest overstatement that we always scuff over in this D&D, but that's hard. You know.
I need to be reminded that we're immortal.
So you'll hear James probably would have stayed in the library for a little while, kind of sit and ponder. And so you would hear him coming down from the library, I imagine.
We can't make this a big deal. We're gonna worry
Nobody's
people.
making it a deal,
Would you
Darius.
have mentioned when you got that sending? Because I would still be in the library as well.
I'd probably just let it be, to
Right.
be honest. I'd leave you to your devices and I would head down there.
Okay then, just because I feel like you might want the extra information that I'm going to give you in the break, let's take our break 7 minutes early, and we'll come back to this scene in a moment. So,
Okay.
guys, join us in 10 minutes' time. Enjoy this break, and we'll see you soon. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighbouring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Dre Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's wrestled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click. An emotion so small that it could endlessly amount to possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield.
If we take this job, someone is going to get hurt. Not me, of course. I'm an effing delight. You do what you do, I'll do what I do. I'll keep the red stuff inside of you.
Buddy, we live in Night City. Just breathing can get you killed.
This sort of job? Bullets flying, people dying, gangers riding, corpos trying to take what they don't already own. Doesn't matter. For us, just another day at the office.
When the world seems bleak, you follow your heart. Take that stage without hesitation and give it everything you've got.
There's a lot more to this city than you'd think. You just gotta dive beneath the surface. People like me, we dive into the depths.
we are back. So, we left off with a Darius confrontation as Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde makes his way down the stairs. That was a musical theatre joke because there's a song from the Jekyll and Hyde musical called Confrontation. Anyway.
Yep.
That's
one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's a great song. Everyone will know it from the TikTok sound where it goes, "I'll live inside you forever." That's what it's from. Now you're educated. Get cultured, bitch.
It's gonna be a long week next week.
Yeah, it will be because I do have to do theatre practice while I'm in the house.
God damn it.
Sorry. Yes, so Soul now. James joins you in the living room. And as you forcibly sit Darius down.
I'm fine. It's okay. You can talk with James about this and get information about the same I know. It's okay.
James will walk up on the back side of the couch and just gently place his hand on your shoulder.
Give me a grim psychometry roll.
Fucking
as
hell.
His body is covered in blood.
Was totally not purposeful. Okay.
God damn it, Shane.
That's a 24.
What other things of Darius's background do you fucking get now?
What did you get? 24.
A 24. Yep.
Can you give me a Constitution saving throw as well? Because of the amount of blood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be great. Con or wisdom? You ask?
Con for that?
Yeah.
Or wisdom?
I'll go wisdom.
Wisdom. Because I think the first time you had me do this was
wisdom. I think so. Yeah.
It's a 19, 20
Yeah.
actually.
You actually just see all of what Darius just saw. As the blood that has come out of him, that's staining the shirt and tunic, leaves the after images of Darius as they, and like this, it all hits you, like all of the information just, it's not like you relive it in slow time. It will just boom, and you actually almost get knocked back by it.
Yeah.
It was a very, it's like, and also this, for you, this is something that you've normally had to tap into, whereas this is like almost forcibly hit you. Like it's like Gandalf grabbing the Palantir and when he sees the Eye of Sauron. It's that, it will just kind of...
Yep. And that I was about to say, that's exactly the reaction that James has as he was about to say, you know, you rang. And you'll see him shocked for a moment. And he'll, well, now I know why you called me down here, Soul. Darius, I think it's about time you stop running.
There's nothing to... There's nothing physically to run from, so I don't even have a chance of running. This just happens.
That's what I mean. You need to accept that this is a thing and it's getting worse. And you need to figure out where it's coming from.
It was barely a scratch this time.
That's not from what I smell and...
That it was barely a scratch is irrelevant, Darius. That it's happening is the issue at hand. It is not fine.
We have more important things to do right now.
Just sock in his mouth. Stop it.
Darius, if you would allow me, please hear me out. What you're having are much like what I have, except you're living in them while you're there. So, if you die there, you die here first too. You realize that, right?
Well, I died in that vision, and I'm okay.
Did you really die?
There was a sky ship that came right down onto it. That was the last thing I saw. That's obviously fatal, I assume.
Yes. But you might have been having a vision from the being that got pulled out at the end. You might have been viewing from 2 different vantage points.
It seemed pretty singular to me. I understand this is happening. I understand you're all worried. I am too, but on the hierarchy of what is important right now, we have other things that are coming up that are more immediate. I will, if it makes you feel any better, I will try and be near someone when I am asleep for the foreseeable future. And have a healing potion or something to help me nearby. And that will... and it'll be fine. At least for now. And then we can work it out when we have more time and there's not other pressing issues.
How long have you been having these dreams?
I don't know. It kind of bleeds together after a few. I don't know. How long, Midge?
Since he was a child.
Please don't say that out loud.
Well.
How long has it been since
of your recollection, Darius? It's been... The first one was...
like in Badum-Dum, wasn't it?
No.
No?
First one was mid of season 2. So...
Was it before the dragon attack?
I think it was just before you hit Nardathel the first time.
Okay. Yeah, so it's been 6 months? That's like 6 months in game, right? Since then?
Almost, yeah.
She's trying to contemplate that how nobody has noticed that you have woken up bleeding profusely from some sort of orifice, for the last 6 months.
The bleeding's pretty new. The dreams are not.
The bleeding hasn't always been the case. That's a newish thing, and James has kept it to himself on my request.
Slowly look at James.
And Darius is gonna try and make a stealth check away from this situation.
Not mine to tell, and it was politely asked of me, and I can't go and share everybody's secrets that I come across. That would be an abuse of my...
Just grab Darius by the hair.
Don't like being touched. Don't like being touched. Stop it.
Then stop moving instead.
Just please have a seat. It's just the 2 of us. We're trying to keep this small and quiet, but you're making a racket.
I'm not. I want to leave.
You always want to leave.
I will. It's...
Darius.
I want to be out. I want to be away from this specific area right now.
Darius,
Yes, James.
Is your mother's older sister
around?
Do you have a good relationship with your aunt?
Blank what?
I've never met my mother's side of the family.
Really?
It's not really. They're not in. Like, they don't talk a lot, I don't assume, or at least I've never been privy to it.
I think we might need to go pay them a visit. They might be able to tell us something about what is going on with you.
Why?
I don't know why. Why?
Do you trust me? And do you trust your mother?
Those are 2 separate questions.
Well, if you trust your mother, then you should trust me because I'm operating on information your mother gave me.
What information?
So my mother lied to me?
Does James need to make a persuasion check? Darius, I'm leaving this over to you, and I'm getting a blanket. happy DM noises.
I think it's less that your mother would have ever lied to you, Darius, as much as it is you don't want to hear the truth.
I think that's a mischaracterization of me.
Really?
Yes.
I don't. You're trying to run away. You're trying to run away from dreams, and if anything has been proven recently, the thousands of miles we have traveled, they don't care.
You can't run away from dreams, I know that. I've had a lot of them in my life, and these are only markedly worse than the normal ones I have. It's fine.
When's the last time you got a good night's sleep?
I don't remember, and even before this whole incident, I don't sleep well.
Wonder why that is.
There's a lot of reasons that I don't necessarily want to go
There's so many reasons for that!
And that you already have you already have bits of information that you've taken without me giving you permission. James, which is kind of explains why do I trust you, is a bit of a asterisk right now.
Honored your requests to keep that information to myself and myself alone, did I not?
Which is why it's an asterisk and not a no.
Okay.
We have there's a big event happening in like a few days. We can't leave this place. I'm not leaving my sister here alone.
Trying to find a way to protect you from it.
It's happening. Whether it's happening, that's all we've got. Anyways, I don't want to. We have to wait for Zep to get here because I'm not trusting any of the mages in this place. And if we don't take that route, then we'd have to go on ship, and then it's going to be the same amount of time if we leave right now anyways. Logically, we're
not going anywhere. I'm trying to understand the nature of your affliction so I can dispel whatever is upon you.
There is no spell. There's nothing. Nothing's different that
Except
I know of.
You're waking up bleeding. That's a new development for your own words.
Excuse me a moment. I'm going to go upstairs and get Valmir.
No.
I'm just walking away. I'm not saying out loud where I'm going.
Darius will stop you. Darius is
I'll
not
fly to
having
the ceiling.
And James,
I'll just drift around you and drift up the stairs.
What's gonna happen? James, you can't do this. My mother's in the room. My mother's in the house. My mother's in the house. We haven't explained. We haven't given context to.
I'm gonna go get Valmir.
Okay.
Ruby, Soul, please let me go.
You can go and get Valmir. Zedaar, you're also staying in Darius's room, are you not?
Yes, I would like to.
Give me a quick perception check.
Perception.
Try to see if you wake up and hear anything.
Brenton's just the only person just sleeping in the guest lodge.
If Soul's not in, if Ruby Soul isn't in there, I'm assuming Breton's on the front porch with a sword across his lap. You're muted.
19?
No, I imagine Breton probably did not go to sleep. He's probably sitting out on porch with watch, still with the soldiers. Just probably at this point they've rotated out, but no, he's still out there.
They have. You can talk to different soldiers, and we'll come back to that. A 19. I would say. I'll say with a 19, you hear voices from downstairs. You wake up a little bit.
I will not go check on the voices. I have basically surmised that the intruder into Darius's room is a female, doesn't have dark vision, and came through the wall. And so because of this Sherlockian knowledge that I have, I'm going to proceed to rip through Darius's room looking for anything and everything that might pertain to who Darius is as a human being, but also out of my own curiosity, and maybe I'll find a clue.
A neurotic hypochondriac?
That works, yeah. I'll open the book then. What do you want to know?
All right.
A1.
First off, does Darius keep a journal of some sort? Like, is there any personal writings that Darius would have? I'm trying to read your diary.
Yeah, cool. So you're checking the writing desk? I'm assuming.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna be checking the desk. I'm gonna flip the mattress over. I want to look under the bed. I want to look in your closet if you have any like dressers or storage. I'm basically have free reign in your bedroom, your childhood bedroom, and I am not concerned about your well-being downstairs because I don't know that you're bleeding out of your
I'm not
face.
bleeding anymore. Cool. So, all right, I'll just go through all the items because. All right. So, in the writing desk, you find about 10 pieces of paper that have been written on in a little like drawer that is locked, but it's like a little like pen. It's Zedaar will get through it. It's not magical or anything like that. That are all written on. They look to be old, but like maybe like 5 years old, according to a date on them, and each one of them is identical, except for one. Except for one. So each one of them is identical. There's just a list of names on 9 of them, and on the 10th one, there's the same list of names, but 3 names are crossed out.
Is Zedaar familiar with any of these names or these people that you have referenced? I can roll a history check if that helps.
Sure. It's a super low DC. Fuck. Mate, you're the GM.
I got a dirty 20.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, the 3 names that are crossed out, you've heard before. Those are Valden, Thorin, and Namora.
Okay.
Which are 3 individuals who Darius seems to know fairly well, and at least 2 of them that you've interacted with don't like him very well.
Okay. That wasn't the night that we pantsed, right?
No.
Okay.
No, like this was when.
So one of these individuals is the half elf that smoke bombed him, for example. Knocked him out, that you guys confronted. The other one is the monk that punched him in the kidney.
Okay.
All the rest are ones you would not know of.
I pocket the 10th sheet with the names crossed out.
Okay. If you take a number, there are, with the 3 names included, there are 100.
Okay. So, but they're all different names?
They're all different names.
Oh, I pocket all those papers. I'm just gonna call this Darius hit list.
It's 100 it's 100 in each like sheet. There's very small writing, and they're all exactly the same except for the 10th one, which just has 3 extra names that are crossed out.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna put in my inventory Darius hit list.
It's very much all play, like all work, no play.
Okay.
Adult boy.
They crossed out. They're still alive.
Then I'd like to check under your bed. Is there anything under your bed or underneath the mattress hidden?
Yeah, cool. Under the bed, there's nothing. It's impeccably clean. Under the mattress, you find a dagger.
A dagger?
Mm-hmm.
And
it looks positioned that you could grab it out from between the mattress and.
Oh, it's your sleepy stabber. Okay.
It's just it's like it's
sleepy.
It's his home defense
Darius
dagger.
Sleepy stabber. Okay. I'm taking all of this. I'm pocketing it.
I knew that was the case when I offered this, and that's fine. I didn't expect to also be bleeding downstairs during this, so this is just a lot. Cool. In the desk drawer, in the desk, like the drawers and everything, there's just general clothes. They're all folded and neat and identical. It looks like there's maybe 4 outfits, but they're all exactly the same.
I check your pockets.
Cool. Yeah, probably the one at the bottom, like the furthest down, is different in the fact that it's ratty. Like it's been worn a lot, and it looks a lot more used. And in the pockets, you don't notice anything, but there is a little like soil and dirt in it.
Okay. In terms of the like storage that you have in your room, do you have like dressers or an armoire or something like that?
Yeah. Quite a bit. There's spare on the wall. There looks to be what might be his training weapons when he was a child, because they're smaller and they're like weighted wood, sword and shield. That look to be very well used and nicked and beaten up and everything. But they're just kind of hanging there. There is in the storage just like looks to be just extras and spares of a lot of the items you've seen him more normally. So just like there's like the cheap chainmail that he wore initially in the campaign. Well, you weren't there when he did, but there's like the standard chainmail. There's like 2 sets of that, just kind of like in a storage. There's spare items here and there. That is pretty normal.
I'm looking specifically for false bottoms of like drawers or false back of an armoire, you know?
Yep.
Give me an
I'm a
investigation check.
thief. Yes, sir. Will do.
Just rolling to see if that would be here or not, but let's see what the investigation is.
Nat 20 for a total of 25.
Yeah, you loosen a floorboard in here, and there's some like stuff. It looks like that a kid would have hidden away. It's like,
look at her face. She's just
it's like you know, like a cool looking stone, and like bird bones, and like, you know, things an 8-year-old boy found outside that they thought they were cool and have hidden in their room.
A skeleton key that you don't know where it goes. Piccolos.
But there is nothing telling about anything is missing either. Like it doesn't, like obviously I don't know what the contents of the room were prior to the intruder, but there's no, aside from the dusty candle holder circle on the desk, there doesn't appear to be like
sign of something being in here. Yeah.
Okay.
Darius, is there anything else the Zedaar finds with that natural freaking 20 as they tear through your childhood bedroom?
I also don't put anything back.
Yep, well, I understood that when this was an option. Yes, actually, behind the armoire, like the standing closet, there is, you kind of like move it off to the side, and you see a bit of cloth that's behind the armoire that's kind of been stuffed back behind it. It looks to be a cloak, one that he normally wears in his current size, so it looks to be somewhat recent, and it has been defaced with some sort of either like red paint or something like that, and been kind of like scratched up, and it just has the word butcher on it.
Witcher?
Butcher.
Butcher. Butcher cloak. Okay. That I will put back exactly as I found it and try to just like that's the only thing I have not. I'm gonna put back.
The touch.
All right. I will go downstairs after rifling through. At this point, I would assume that you've already bled, been healed, spoken to everyone. This is probably taking a while.
I think you exit the room as you see Valmir and James like at the bottom of the stairs, and Darius desperately trying to get away from Sol, who's now here, and not Ruby.
If we're gonna do this, let's just do this outside. Go to the stables. We'll just talk outside. I don't want them to worry. I don't want my sister. I don't want my mother. I don't want them to worry, and I don't want Alexis conveying this to my brother.
Are they all asleep?
So were you.
Allegedly.
You just see Breton's head poking to poking through the doorway. Not for long with all that yelling.
Hey, did you get stabbed in your sleep again?
All right. All right.
I will cast Pass Without a Trace on everyone so that we can go have a private conversation outside and hopefully no people follow us.
Okay.
I'm trying to not wake up the family, but I'm also trying to not alert any
Everybody,
spies.
you can stealth with a +10.
Now that the danger is past, Soul is just going to close her eyes and try to transform back into Ruby.
Okay.
32.
You feel that there's an air of resistance right now that you might want to... You figure that you should give it some time, lest it be harder to do.
Okay.
So the lowest one here was 30. Looks like for
for that.
stealth.
No.
Oh,
No.
21 for me.
21.
sorry.
That's with the +10.
Oop, that should not have been with advantage. Well, I got it. Did she not have advantage? I'm sorry.
So 15.
Yeah. Just go to
will
the
get
stables. Lead them to the stables where the horses have been put up. Okay. Okay. So we're doing this now, apparently.
Barriers intervention, let's go.
All right. What do you want to talk about, everyone?
I pull out the hit list
Oh.
and I show it to James. Thaddeus?
Darius fails to grab it out of your hands.
I found this list. And then I found this list with all the names crossed out. Well, 3 names crossed out. What is this?
This doesn't have anything to do with the current situation that we're here to talk about.
It can be merged. We can merge these conversations.
So pick a lane. Is this too? Do we need to get on to the whole being stabbed in the dreams situation, or do you want to just know things about me?
Well,
Like, which
Zedaar
one's
doesn't
more
know that
important?
you've been stabbed in your dream.
Oh, he's
I
covered
think
in
we're
blood right now.
Oh,
Just
I
it's
thought-
so
okay,
obvious.
never mind.
Yeah. Yes, he's not bleeding anymore, but it has stained his tunic.
Okay, my bad. Then I probably wouldn't have pulled out a sheet and started immediately interrogating him based on that. My apologies.
Okay.
And retcon that. Your
Right.
blood.
No, I feel it's very Siraj, and then go. No, let's talk about that.
Yeah. Okay. Put that away. This is important.
Well, Darius, I wanted to bring Valmir down here because he knew of the last time, and well, he's part of this.
Actually, I think
Raj,
all
I
of us
think,
at this
just
point know
joined
about it.
Yep.
Is this the first time you've slept since the last time?
No. I sleep often, every night, except for last night.
When did he get stabbed on the ship? When was that? Like,
That was about
chronologically?
midday. He was daydreaming
No, I know, but like chronologically, is in like how many days ago was
a
it?
few weeks ago.
It's like a week or two ago. at this
Yeah,
point.
I'd say about
Okay,
2
all
weeks.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
It
Something like
hasn't
that.
been every single day.
Do you get stabbed in your sleep every night? You just
No.
kind of hiding it?
No.
Inside
I
check?
did.
Nat 20.
Oh my
He's hiding-
god! We have
he's
never
hiding
crit as
something.
much as we're trying to investigate Darius.
It's
Except
like,
that one
why-
time I tried to do it.
Why do we need to be this incompetent now?
It wasn't time then. Now apparently it's time.
Yeah.
Do I believe you?
Darius is hiding something.
You're hiding something.
Okay, yeah, all right, yeah. I don't get stabbed every night, but it's not like it's a good dream.
Right, yeah.
But it's not
the
that-
nightmares
there's
that you've been having
degrees.
since you were a child.
There are degrees of bad. This is a new one.
I hold up my amulet of detect thoughts and I say, Darius, you should tell us. I'm going to find out anyway. Please just be open with us. We are your friends and also family.
So what is that? What is the detect thoughts thing? Now all the fucking magic items being turned into one character. What's it do?
Without the gem of brightness.
Yeah.
Hold on now.
Why is this Guantanamo fucking page just in a torch in his face like a 50s noir?
He's the one who wanted to leave the safety of his house.
Create water.
Just turning like one of those hanging lamps. You just turn it towards their face. You burn it. Oh fucking okay.
We got good cop, bad cop, and angry cop.
Yeah, nobody's good here. What is the detect thoughts thing do? Just so I can.
It's my amulet. You've seen me use it before, where I can read people's thoughts. I'm not currently using it on you, but I'm letting you know,
You're
like,
threatening you the choice to give that information willingly, or that information will be obtained.
if you would like an intimidation and/or persuasion check, I'm more than willing to roll that.
How's Zaraj want to play it?
I'm intimidating. I'm trying to intimidate.
Okay.
I'm not good at it, but I'm trying my best.
Cool.
I think this is clearly advantage, right? Considering we're all here, like semicircle, horseshoe.
I mean, I rolled a 13.
What do I roll against that, or do I just?
I mean, I think that's up to you.
Yeah,
What do you feel would be an appropriate DC for intimidating you?
What do you want to know? I've been telling you everything. I get stabbed at night sometimes, and this. Sorry, that sounds really.
Where were you on the night of March 13th?
This is really weird. I get stabbed sometimes at night. It just happens. I don't know why. If I knew why, I would try and do something about it.
Well, have you asked people with like magic to help you with this? Because this is clearly like not like a physically normal thing, and maybe it might click in my brain. Ah, shit! Something fucking wacko is going on. Magical means.
I talked with that undead woman in Atria.
You spoke with someone who is dead. Okay.
Before you came to us.
Well, she's kind of. I don't know. She was alive. She wasn't a zombie. You saw her. She was, 70-30, live dead.
And what did you say?
There was a lot of things she said, and unfortunately, none of them were giving me an answer. It was all just dealing with Claudia.
You kind of gave up.
I don't know. If I talk to a lich, I kind of think I'm kind of exhausted. There's a lot of options there. I assume she's a lich. It's the only context I have towards like an intelligent undead magic user.
Have you looked into the events that you seem to be seeing, at the very least?
They're battles. They're old battles. Battle, and there's no defining thing. I just saw James can say it. Just saw Zep's fucking canon event.
That was quite a blast.
Yeah. No, I understand why you didn't want to burn down a city.
Wait, the Zeps was the one that stabbed you?
No, it was someone else.
Yeah, just as a thing, like the last scene that he saw as he was bleeding out after being stabbed was Zep pulling Brawn from a crashing skyship.
Yeah. So that obviously has nothing to do with my bloodline, which kind of gives me, which eliminates a lot of options I thought were in the running. So now I'm back to square one.
Are there instances of people born with supernatural precognition, seers, oracles, things like that?
Oh yeah, throughout history, there's been oracles and seers, etc. That's actually some of the foundations.
Well, now that you asked that question, that's what you were kind of getting to. Before I went and got Valmir, me and him just had a lovely conversation with your mother. She informed us. What was that?
I kind of just eavesdropped on it, really.
Yeah, I kind of barged in and I don't know, did a James, I guess you could say. She let us know that we should definitely look into these priory, and that they might be able to help you.
Right, that was already on the list.
Yes. But but I think that you'll be surprised to know that they're a little closer to home than you thought.
Well, I don't know exactly, because I don't have the translated document yet. I provided it to my mother, who apparently knew about it, I think, or what, you even...
Well, I'm trying to get to that point. I don't believe your mother knew about the letter. She is, doing what she said she would in translating it, and she informed me that this priory does things for gifted children. Or children with abilities, powers. They help protect them, keep them safe. And it seems that,
I don't have any of those. I don't use magic. Past magic that is already imbued in an item.
That's
most magic.
What I tried to explain to you is you're having visions, like I do. It's
sure.
It's an ability.
If this will get this conversation over quicker.
Well, I mean, it's something that you need to kind of accept if we're going to move forward. Like, this is an actual
I've accepted I get stabbed at night. I've accepted that this occurs. I've been forced to accept it because I cannot stop it.
The nightmares you've been having since you were a child aren't nightmares. They're visions.
I didn't have nightmares since I was a child.
Your mom.
It's different. No, they're different. All right, I see a lot of things that have happened in my life. That is always what's happened, and they're not good. So if I don't remember that until recently, because then it hasn't been a major event in my life. Unless I was stabbed as a child, and I don't have those scars.
Darius.
Darn, intelligence check? For memory?
Nah, make an intelligence saving throw.
Cool.
He gets stabbed right in front of us.
Like now! Just like the fucking dagger comes into my back. What? 8.
Oh no.
Darius goes comatose.
You take 8 points of psychic damage and your nose begins to bleed. As you try to think back to when you were a child.
Yeah, it's just, it's not a thing.
Did you just daydream in front of us and get punched?
No.
Something is blocking your memories.
Ow, that hurt. Maybe, I don't know.
Darius, is it possible that you are not remembering these things either on purpose or because you have blocked them from your memory?
Or have been blocked deliberately.
Believe me, if I had the ability of blocking things from my memory, there's a lot I would. But I can't.
Can I cast, detect magic? And just see, obviously I know he's got magic items on him. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking for, is there any kind of, aura inside his bloody head or something?
Darius, can you do me a favor and try and think of your aunt's name? The one that is your mother's older sister? Think back to her.
I've never met her.
Any interactions? None?
No, I never, no. Because obviously my mother was already married to my father when I was born, by quite a bit. So that was when they would have been nearby is over. I've never been to the area. I think Alexi has. I don't know. Delia? Delilah. Starts
Firewood?
No.
Does this work? So you're using detect magic?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just seeing if he has a Danuvian brain worm in his head or something.
I'm
Thank God somebody else got
magic
that.
within 30 feet, you know?
I'm checking the details of a certain spell.
I hate that there's something in this that I don't know what's happening.
Look.
I'm able to work this in with Darius because it's pretty exactly what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. This is what happens when you give me a fleshed out story for me to fuck with.
Yeah, no, I'm great.
No, you don't get anything from detect magic.
If do you think that would work? I've been around Zep with his little doohickey for a
but
year.
Was he specifically looking for like nightmare stuff?
He specifically looked at me and Claudia like not 3 months ago to check if we were being tracked. So yeah, I would
This
assume
is
that would.
something very different, Darius. I think we should try regression therapy. So I want you to sit and think about your childhood very hard. And I'm going to use my amulet and I'm going to dig into your brain.
That might hurt you. It might hurt both of you.
It might hurt if you resist.
What? And what? Okay, what happens? That's his only answer before you do it.
Okay. What's the effect? What does Darius have to roll?
Okay, so first I get surface level thoughts for free.
Fuck.
Okay.
No, help.
Yeah, what's Darius's surface faults right now?
They're on. It's just probably the first time somebody's read Darius's thoughts in the party. They're very jumbled. Honestly, it's like it's a lot. Like there's the defined main point he's trying to make is he doesn't want to talk about this. Stop talking to me. This is fine. Don't like. We have more pressing concerns. Claudia needs help, etc., etc. Then there's just like a lot of other surface level thoughts like oh, that hand's too close to me, or I don't feel great in this room right now, and this is very like the rain's really loud on this roof, kind of things like that. There's a lot of like jumbled extra thoughts kind of put on top of that, which doesn't seem out of the ordinary.
Okay. Are you choosing to make the check, or do you want to choose to fail the check? It is a wisdom saving throw.
What's the DC on that?
It's a DC 13. Should have cast friggin' Bane.
Yeah, that was to see if Darius would resist. Nope, he thinks better of it when Zedaar says she's gonna do it, and James just says it could hurt both of you. And I think surface level thought you also hear from Darius right before you dive deeper is just like, I don't want to hurt Zedaar.
Okay, so I can probe deeper into your mind, and I would gain insight into your reasoning, emotional state, something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over, loves, or hates. What I'm looking for, though, specifically, is trying to crack that barrier of like you're repressing something terrible and I'm trying to open it up because I want to know.
Sure, the
I'm
rush.
trying to shatter the lock.
You start diving into Darius's mind, and there are multiple doors.
Just before we go forward, just context. Is it canon that you showed the list and then thought better out when he saw the blood, or okay, then you know. Then okay, Madge, you're fine. Because that would be the looming thought.
Yeah. You get a lot of sorrow in Darius's mind of something from their past which they undertook. There's a traumatizing level of regret that is kind of the main source of Darius's worries. But you dig through Darius's mind long enough. I will leave Darius to explain those feelings themselves, as I do not want to put more words into their brain. But you do reach an area where everything seems blank, hazy, like a faded picture, an after image of what was once a memory that has since been erased.
During this time, I can verbally direct questions at the target to naturally shape the course of its thoughts. So I would like to say to Darius, I am looking at something that is hazy. I need you to focus. Go past all of this stuff that has happened more recently and think about this memory that is really traumatizing you. I know it seems like this is really unhealthy, but it's for your own good.
Do you use the word traumatizing?
Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
Darius, are you? Yeah, I'm gonna make
Yeah.
you. I'm gonna make you roll a d20. On an 18, 90,
Cool.
or 20, I will describe the memory that unlocks. If not, I need you to tell that memory that you are suppressing yourself.
Cool. Okay, so, and this is pretty like full. You just get the memory. It's not like James's where it's like a 10-second little vignette. So, okay, cool. Then as soon as you say traumatizing event more recently, you kind of see just again very jumbled the kind of thoughts just in general, but then it kind of all like clears and focuses on a single kind of major event, and you see Darius as probably like about 5-6 years younger, like is like looking into like a mirror and like checking his his person, and he's a lot more well kept than he normally is. He's not like modern Darius, like current day Darius isn't like, you know, a raggedy, like, you know, homeless person, but he's more like he doesn't care as much. He's not as clean cut. But this Darius is like got a styled mustache and beard. His hair is very well kempt and kind of done up exactly like you saw Alexei and a lot of his other brothers do it. And he's wearing a uniform with his symbol on it in like a tent, like a camp it's like night, what you can see. And to the side you see a familiar face. You see the person you know, and I guess the memory would also kind of just tell you directly about. You would see Volrin. He's a human male, about probably like he's probably in his 30s. Darius is in his early 20s, or like like early-ish 20s. But it looks like Darius is like the superior right now in there from how he's carrying himself, and turns around, and there's a couple of other individuals there, and you see now from his perspective just a map laid out on the like a table in the center, and it has a kind of a fairly well drawn and, you know, from the memory, Darius drew this himself, map of what looks to be some sort of fortification, hold fast, fortified village, something like that. And around it just markers of Renard like symbols and stuff. And Darius looks around and starts into like a briefing. So we can use the night to get close. We'll have to crawl. But this little fold in the terrain will mean they can't see us in the light. All we need is a distraction. Anton will be unknowingly providing that distraction at 6 in the morning. On the dot. He's punctual. There's a couple of chuckles around the assembled individuals. So I'm going to need 100 volunteers. The rest stay here. Make it look like the camp is occupied. Bring grappling hooks, ladders, whatever else you can. They have to be small, able to be hidden. They can't make noise. There's nods. Hopefully by this time tomorrow, we'll be toasting in the keep inside those walls. And you notice Darius isn't... He's very much... You've seen Darius be assertive very infrequently, where he's able to just speak and project as if he was directly trained for it. And he's doing that now without having to force himself. And surface thoughts, or thoughts of what's going on right now inside of his brain, it's a lot calmer. there's a lot of things like that. He notices a lot of things. He makes sure, it's like, don't get too close to this person, like focusing on a noise, like very jumbled, but it's very much calmer. He can focus more. And then there's a jump ahead, and it's the middle of the night. And Darius is laying down in the grass, surrounded by a big, just knot of people that are all kind of like almost on top of each other. And looming just out of the vision is a wall that's being patrolled by a few individuals with torches, with a banner you don't recognize. And Darius just is in his brain just counting down like the hours, not able to sleep.
I am just waiting for there to be a line that goes, remember, no Albion.
Darius doesn't speak Albion.
There's a reason for
That's
that.
his cover. And then there's just there's a couple of flashes of like of memories of bolts and trebuchets launching things at this from a camp on the opposite side that start striking, and at the same time Darius and his 100 troopers charging a wall and like going up quickly before they realize what's happening, and gets on top of the wall, immediately cuts down one person without even thinking, and starts pushing like into the actual keep, or the actual interior, in which you can see this is now like a holdfast, like a mix between a village and a castle. Like it's like a little like fortified settlement. And just flashes of very tight alleyways and paths in between these buildings, and it being seemingly empty, and then 3 or 4 coming out and killing a man, a Renard, like trooper, and then them being cut down, and Darius just yelling at at the people under him to get to the gatehouse, and being forceful about it, very forceful about it. And then about a half hour later, after kind of trudging through this kind of ambush kind of situation, they're in front of the gatehouse, and same thing James saw last time he saw, but now from the perspective of Darius. Darius looks up, and he thinks it's guarded, there's people in there, and looks. It's got 70 men left, 70 troopers left, and they're all pretty bloodied and exhausted. And Darius looks to Volrin again. He looks to be maybe a lieutenant or something. It's the commander of troops, but below Darius. And Darius, without hesitation, grabs him by his collar. And James didn't hear this when he checked, but you hear from Darius, is Darius like looks at him, and a voice you haven't heard, Darius, just full of like threat, like direct, like there's venom. It sounds different. Yeah. And he pulls and he looks at him, and he says, "You hold here or you don't come back." And he pushes him back and grabs 3 random individuals from the group and shoves them into the door of the gatehouse in front, and starts fighting up the floors of the gatehouse. Gets to the top. He's the only one alive. And he holds his banner off of one of the windows at the top and throws open the mechanism to open up the gate. And waits for Anton's soldiers to start mounting and getting towards the actual entrance. By the time they enter, Darius goes back down. He's bloodied, he's exhausted, but he's filled with just unbridled pride and like happiness. And then he looks out and he sees there's like a semicircle around the door that he left, and it's not of the soldiers he came in with, like holding with a shield wall. It's just a mound of individuals just laying there, both bandit and Renard, and there's just 3 Renards standing there. There's a human, Volrin, a dwarven woman, and a half-elven man. And they're just standing above bodies, and Darius enters and smiles, says, "We did it." And there's just glares by those 3. And then it kind of just goes to dark, but the glares stay, and then that's the end of the memory.
Would I be able to infer that the 100 names are the 100 people that you brought to this occasion, and that the 3 names that are crossed out are those 3 people?
You definitely know the names of those 3 people, as they've already come up in party discoveries. So yeah,
it's honestly, that would also be like, oh no, that would be a memory that would happen like right afterwards. You just see Darius like a couple of months later, just obsessively just writing the list of the dead, and then finishing it, putting it off to the side, and then writing it again. And he's just able to recite them by memory.
Well, Darius, thank you for letting me in. This is a memory of guilt, and that is a emotion that I think we can all share. We've all lost people or caused these things to happen, myself included. We have... Oh, shit.
Make a wisdom saving throw. Let's go with that.
16.
Okay. Whilst this memory is very painful, there's something else behind it. Continue as you were.
And I'm sorry that you have commanded people
do you think
into
I want to discuss this?
No, I don't think you want to discuss anything, Darius, but we need to get to the heart of the matter. What's going on with your family? More importantly for me right now, what is going on? You are being attacked in your sleep. I saw a memory.
Has anything to do with it?
Well, I actually think that this memory that you are very concerned about is actually not the memory in question. There was a hazy black wall of stopping me from peering into something I think that is deeper in your core. The memory that I saw was of this list. I understand this list now. I'm sorry. I'll hand it back to you, like, if you want it. I don't want to keep your trauma paper. But, and then this is kind of more directed towards, like, Valmir, James. Ruby's back, or are you still Soul?
Soul. Yeah, I can't transform back yet.
There is a mystical force that is blocking this memory. I don't know how to access this or what is causing the blockage. I'm not sure if it's arcane or just Darius's own brain is protecting him. But I feel as though the key to his nightmares is behind this black veil in his brain.
Could it be a curse?
There are spells that can modify the memory. perhaps I might be able to do something, but I don't even know if it'll work. DM, do I get the impression that he's not enchanted by a foreign creature like a fey, fiend, or undead, or anything like that?
No, you're
No,
not.
so I
You're
don't think breaking enchantment will really work there.
Give me an Arcana check, especially as your soul now, rather than.
19.
Ooh. You have heard of the spell Modify Memory before. And if it's a variant of that, normally remove Curse or Greater Restoration can help ease the burden of that spell.
I do have a scroll that I've been saving in the event of an actual emergency. Ever since Ruby, was afflicted, I've been holding on to it. If Darius will allow me, I can try.
Sure.
I bought a scroll of remove curse back when within Nardethel. So she will reach into her side satchel and pull it out.
I'm gonna elbow Darius and just say, "This is not a sure. This is a thank you to Soul. We are trying to save you."
I mean, if it's a traumatic memory, I've already got enough of those, as you know. Maybe it's better this way. It's kind of. If we could deal with the stabbing and the sleep, then...
This might be the dealing with the stabbing and the sleep. This might be it.
Speaking of your sleepy stabber, I have your dagger. But I digress. Go back to Soul.
She will cast remove curse using the scroll.
It's really such a good idea to be doing right now. You've mentioned it yourself. You're speaking with her mother. You have a potential lead with this group of individuals that can shed more insight into this. We are grasping in the dark, and these people may actually know what's going on. Who's to say that what we're doing now is going to do good? It's not going to do just more harm.
Forcibly ripping over 30 years plus of memories, I'm guessing is your age?
I'm 31.
Yes. I think that would be very damaging.
She'll pull back the scroll. It's Darius's decision.
Well, I mean, obviously it isn't, because my wants haven't been factored in since I woke up. So
everything
that's whatever
happening
you
over
think.
the past hour now has been basically an intervention on Darius's behalf. He has not gotten a choice.
So go ahead, whatever you think's best.
I was going to get Valmir so that we could inform you further together of the information that we had gotten. Because from what we heard, it seems like this has not been something that is recently afflicting you as a person. It is something that seems to have been suppressed up until recently. These are not dreams, as you keep calling them. They are real visions of events that occurred, and it seems like you're sort of astral projecting into them and placing a part of your soul with it, which is taking some of the damages back to your body. So to properly correct this, I think we need to go speak with those that were involved in the original suppression.
Your auntie.
And that might be who left the letter. Let us wait till morning. Get the translation from your mother. And maybe go be honest with her about what has transpired with your visions now. She is your mother. She will be worried, and she has more information than she's given you.
Fine.
You might not like us for doing this. This is obviously very traumatic, stressful, whatever, and it's not nice. I totally can feel that. But I hope you know that we're doing this for you. Even if you don't see it that way, this isn't coming from a place of us wanting to cause you like emotional harm. We're trying to help, even if
This felt like a lot more than trying to help Darius get rid of his sleeping problem. This feels like the time we interrogated you about your devil father.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Which I'm feeling is the same kind of way. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's at the time I hated it, but yeah, no, I recognize with hindsight it was necessary. It was the right thing to do, and I'm kind of hoping that this is kind of the same thing.
I think it's more that somebody tampered with Darius, and what we're doing is setting it right, and that this approximation of you is not who you really are.
I think delving into every aspect of Darius's past is pushing it. Figuring out where the dreams are coming from, that is a problem that we can focus on. Because if we just treat it like a sickness that up until now was just bad dreams, but it is getting worse. And Darius, I don't think even you can argue that it's not getting worse.
I haven't argued against that. I've been agreeing this entire time that yes, but
yes. That is what we should focus on. If other things tie into it in the long run, that's fine, but let's focus on what's important.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are a few things happening right now. The first is Darius and Claudia's contracts. We have to buy them out or whatever. Ultimately, though, there is a family intrigue at play, which is what's going on with Darius's brain. Do we think that the Reynard announcement of leadership change is part of the reason why they might be tampering with Darius so that he is ineligible as a successor? Because the Darius that I saw in the memory was strong.
He was a horrible person.
You were a good leader, Darius. You executed the task that you were set to do. Yes, there were casualties, but that is A, the name of war, and B,
they died for nothing. For nothing. We were supposed to wait. Did you not get that part when you dived in?
Were you attacking pre-distraction?
No. Anton didn't know.
Okay.
We were given a contract to cheaply and as long as mattered. Some Duke whining and dining here. Perfect opportunity to get favors. They wouldn't have lasted much longer. Even us there, they didn't have much in their stores. They'd just taken the place. Didn't have a harvest. Then it would have been Anton's victory. I'm going to get up now and leave. Anyone who stops me, that's on you. And Darius gets up and he leaves, and if anybody stops him, we'll play that out.
I don't believe anybody's going to stop him.
One person is going to stop him.
You.
Oh, okay. Where is she?
As you leave the stables, you see in front of you, about 10 feet, clearly been crying. You see Claudia. And she
How long
just
you been listening for?
she just shakes her head and runs.
Darius just goes up into his room and sleeps.
Okay.
Somebody might want to go
Yeah.
keep track of Claudia.
Breton will whistle in as a whistle, and Silver will come trotting along. Since we're in the stables, and we'll just.
Yep.
He's not very good at hiding people, so if she wants to hide, he's not going to find her, but he'll do his best to just see if he can't find where she's run off to.
Okay.
If it's the middle of the night, Valmir would try and come with you if you want to ride.
Zedaar might be a good
on the
choice.
horse.
Well, as the other stealther who's trained Claudia.
Do we really want to gang up on another Renaud tonight?
No, I just to keep it safe. This
Gotta
wasn't
collect them all.
supposed to be a gang up either. I was just trying to get him information about what me and Valmir had learned, and it seemed like the right time since it was occurring in the moment.
It's not really something that you can just like ignore and hope it goes away. I mean, he wakes up bleeding. What if sometime there isn't somebody there to, stitch him back together?
Yes, but we didn't need to force everything out of him.
If you didn't, it wouldn't have happened to it all.
I understand ripping the Band-Aid off was necessary, and we had done that, but pouring salt in the wound was not the right decision there. Putting all that extra weight there for him to bear wasn't necessary. We need to give him some time now.
Okay.
We are here because Darius was kidnapped. We did not come here. This is not a situation that we picked. This was a situation that was thrust upon us. Now, realizing what is happening to Darius because of perhaps his family, what they are doing, the stress that they have caused him, it's ultimately his decision how he wishes to deal with it. But there are things he does not know that he is not dealing with. And they are literally killing him. If this was me, I would hope that you would approach it the same way that we did with Darius, or the same way that we did it with Valmir. Sometimes you don't want to deal with these things because they are scary. But it is a necessity to deal with it now before he gets even more hurt.
As you kind of say all that, James is just sitting there with a sorrowful smile. Yes. Well, I think that someone who wasn't involved in this evening should maybe check on him tomorrow. Is there anything that we can do as a group around to this island that is a little bit away from Reynard's for a little while? Maybe step out of family matters for a little bit?
We could go hunting. They have good
You
game.
take a long rest.
Taking a long rest you can do. I'll give you one on the thingamajig.
I think getting away for a little while is not a bad idea.
I want to point out, Breton did still leave the group. on his horse.
Sure.
After saying that we don't want to gang up another yard, he still left.
Mm-hmm.
Would she even be trying to hide at this point?
Who? Claudia. No, she's not hiding. Breton, it doesn't take you long. You find her, you see her sitting in a tree in the garden. Like an old oak tree. She sat on a lower branch.
You would just kind of sidle up next to the tree, probably facing the same direction that he's facing, and just after a minute or two, just say, you know, this is probably the last thing you want to hear right now, but do you want to talk about it?
Darius always worries about me, about everyone else, and he's very bad at looking after himself.
You're just gonna nod his head.
I don't care about all of the bad stuff. I've seen so much of that with the others. And I really admire him for throwing it all away. Someone changing is... That's someone that's being really strong. But the fact that he's just... The fact that there's something that's physically causing him pain and he won't... The fact that he's more worried about me is just... I don't know. I'm going to try and speak to him tomorrow, but... I think I'm just upset that he didn't trust me.
I wouldn't say he doesn't trust you. I think he trusts you more than any other person alive. But sometimes when you've gone through things that are so awful, or you find something about yourself that you hate so much that it's difficult to see any reason for you to even still be something worth caring about. It's easier to find it a purpose. They're kind of clearly stumbling over his words here. It's not just me. Sometimes it's easier to care about someone else more than you care about yourself. When you've hit that point where you don't think you're worth caring about anymore.
She kind of just subtly nods. I'll speak to him in the morning.
I know he wouldn't want his mother to know, but considering we're going to be talking to her about everything anyways, I'll leave it to you to decide whether or not she should know this.
It sounds like she knows more than she's been letting on anyway.
Probably so.
I don't... Honestly, I don't know what to think. I also don't know what to think anymore. Thank you, Breton.
You want to ride back, or would you like to stay in the tree for the rest of the night?
I'll take the ride back. She climbs
He'll
down
reach a
and-
hand up and help her like climb down
Yeah.
the back of the horse, and they'll gallop back.
Sure. So, the rest of the night passes uneventfully. You get your long rest.
Soul would like to change back into Ruby in the morning.
Sure. Roll me a d20. Was it wisdom?
Wisdom, yeah.
Wisdom saving throw.
Advantage?
Yes, because of the bracelet.
$23.
So fine. Roll me a d6. Advantage again. So fine.
5.
The red hair returns.
Those are the same exact d6 rolls you rolled previously.
Yeah, that's quite scary. Yeah,
In the
that's
same
really
order.
quite. That's quite scary. Ruby returns.
I think I'm getting the hang of this.
It feels like that.
I don't know if you guys play Final Fantasy 14, but you could switch, like, call them jobs, but it's basically classes just for a button click. So it's starting to feel like that.
I mean, there's a long rest involved and other things.
With the
but
chance of exploding.
with
Well, yeah, you know.
small
My
chance.
question is like,
premature
is it like GTA, like when you like wake up like as like, you know, like one of the characters and you're like, you know, you have no idea like where they are,
I'm
how
in
they
the
got
desert.
here?
Yeah, well, Franklin. Yeah, it's a reference.
Yeah.
Would Ruby have Soul's memories of the evening?
Yes. They don't
Okay.
have the same thoughts and feelings, but they share direct historical events.
Okay. All right. Because I didn't know if somebody would have to inform Ruby.
Yeah, we'll do that again.
Well, no, I would be like, Ruby, just give Darius some time. It was a rough night.
She knows.
The fuck I will.
Yeah.
Go, bully.
But since we don't have to do that,
She was screaming on the inside of Soul's mind, I want to say something!
No. Ruby's changing a little bit.
Darius.
Yeah. What does it happen again when he naps?
No, in the morning before you're fully, you do your early morning routine. Before you can even make it to the door, there is a knocking.
Actually, I don't think he gets up early in the morning.
Oh,
I honestly, I think he sleeps in for like.
First time ever.
Yeah. Probably.
Okay.
Also probably because he's sleeping on the floor.
Okay.
Oh, I wasn't gonna sleep in your room if you went off to be by
Oh,
yourself.
no. He's making a purpose decision of that after he goes in and he notices that you didn't put anything away or make it or like make the bed again or anything, and he's just like he just lays down on the floor and just sleeps.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
At about 10 a.m. you get a knock on your door.
He gets up and he goes to open the door. Looking like shit.
As soon as you open the door, Claudia hug tackles you.
You make me cry, Midge. Make believe D&D sister.
Yeah, make believe D&D sister.
At least it was that instead of roll for initiative.
the feeling.
Get stabbed. It was
You open the door, it's Anton, he's casting a spell.
Yeah. It's the night from the dreams stab.
It wasn't the
I
dreams all
finally
along.
caught up
It was
with you.
Claudia stabbing you. She's just so
Yeah.
stealthy, you never saw her.
Yeah.
Claudia-
No, I didn't discount that was a chance. But, yeah.
Claudia hug tackles you. First of all, I'm sorry for being a nosy bitch.
Wouldn't be my sister if you weren't. It's better than some of the others.
I feel like that was targeted towards me. James's ears just start burning.
Yeah, for once they feel with warm blood.
How is that possible? Yeah, burning is like blood. You don't have a pulse.
Ow, ow, ow.
What is this?
Your heart starts beating again. Oh no. No. She then just lets go of the hug, but keeps hold of your arms. I am fine, Darius. Yes, all the stuff with father is heavy and difficult. I know I'm your younger sister, and I know that in everyone's eyes, I will always be. And I know I'm not old enough for everything, but I also wouldn't be your sister. I didn't tell you that. You need to look after yourself. Because right now, despite being here, despite everything that's going on, the real danger to me is the thought of losing you. Because if, like the other says, and this just gets worse, and you bleed out when none of us can help you, or if whatever's happening in these dreams comes for you, or whatever's going on, whatever mother hasn't told us, and whatever father wants to do, I can't do those without you here. So please just figure this out. Really? Are you gonna let Alexi be the one to look after me?
Offended Darius noises.
We'll give it a shot. Though honestly, Alexi might be better at it than I am. We're here because I was an idiot. And I wasn't strong enough.
We're here because neither of us wanted to be, and that's not our fault. But this that's going on is none of that. And if we're gonna stick our middle fingers up against dear old dad again, you've got to do it while you're not bleeding from a mysterious dream, people stabbing you. Well, I mean, you've always been the one thing I can count on. Always. And I wasn't upset at you last night. I was upset at me. Because I wasn't so in danger, or if I'd never sent you that letter, you wouldn't be worrying about me right now. You wouldn't be protecting me from father. You wouldn't be putting your whatever this is aside.
I always worried about you. That's not even before the letter. It's not. I may not be good at writing or talking generally. Always worry.
And for that, you are the best brother anyone could ask for. But right now, it's too much. You're worrying about me too much. And don't start thinking about yourself. I'm worried that I won't have you to worry about me for the rest of my life. I like that you worry, but I'd rather like that worry to still be there. No, longer than next week or tomorrow. I want tomorrow's tomorrow. I want you to worry one day if I have kids. I want you to...
Someone would put up with you that long?
A girl can dream, but... Look. We need to find out what's going on.
It looks like the others are going to be doing that. I just... They said, I guess what Soul said, that maybe this is why I'm the way I am. Who knows?
We're a sum of our parts.
Just don't want to go back to it. What I was before.
I don't think there's anything magic that could make you go back to that. The thing I admire most about you is the fact that you know what this family does is... It can be just... evil. You're better than them, than all of them. I love you for that. Now, give me your tunic from yesterday. I'm gonna wash it before Mother sees it.
I'm still wearing it.
I know.
Right. I don't have any clothes here that are for an adult anymore, so you'll have to get them. Get my pack downstairs, and I'll wait here.
Okay. She goes. The rest of you, does Darius do anything before I move on from this?
No,
Ruby will make everybody breakfast.
Thank God.
James would have slipped a note under the door that just had a simple apology on it that just said, "My apologies for yesterday."
Spicy enchiladas, by the way.
I think
for breakfast.
I think Darius reads that, and then after Claudia's gone, he looks at the room, debates doing something, and then goes to the writing desk and starts writing.
Okay.
The same thing he always writes.
Okay. Sure thing. Ruby, about halfway through your prepping of the meal, Darius' mother wakes up and comes to downstairs and is like, "Someone beat me to it. Well, Chef, my hands are yours. Let me... Look, no one's going to get away with cooking in my kitchen without my help, but let me do it.
You're lagging out, but I'm going to assume you're asking Mama was asking for help.
No, Mum was asking to help you because she said,
"Sure,
you're not cooking in my kitchen without my help. I would feel so bad." So
outstanding. I hate prep work, and she'll just hand Mom like tomatoes and peppers to start dicing.
Sure, she absolutely does that. I
hate prep work.
You
I hate
get
prep
a
work as
couple.
well.
Also, Darius, you get a couple of lines in when there's another rap at the door, and Clodagh just opens the door, stings your bag in, closes the door.
Thank you.
The rest of you, anything you would like to do?
I'd like to find Breton.
Okay.
Breton is probably sitting on the front porch still. He never went to bed last night. Probably just drinking coffee.
Breton, just give me. Is it Ruby's coffee
did.
that
That was
stops?
22.
Oh, that's what the 22 was for. Lovely, no problem.
I preemptively rolled it.
Yeah, I guess I'll search for you. You're not or you're not in the guest house room.
He's sitting on the front porch.
Yep, sitting on the front porch. Breton, I don't know much in the way of battles. But the memory that I saw of Darius last night was not the memory that I think is causing him to be stabbed in his sleep. I think that is the more nefarious hidden memory, but he is struggling with failure to keep his men alive on the battlefield, and I'm not very well versed in leadership or people's lives or anything.
I'm just gonna raise his hand. 2 points. 1. I have never been in a major battle like Darius has, so I don't have the expertise on that. And 2, if this is something that you don't think Darius would want me to know, probably shouldn't tell me then.
I don't think that it's not that Darius wants you to know. I'm asking more because you are a knight trained in battle, and even if you've never been in a big battle, you are perhaps more qualified as a person who protects. Your job was to protect Ruby, and so his job was to protect the lives of his men. Different charges, but I've never been in charge of protecting anything except for myself, so I don't know if it's... Maybe there is a different approach to handle this type of emotions with Darius that I'm not seeing. And I was wondering if maybe you have any ideas on that sort of the responsibilities.
I imagine Breton just kind of takes a moment, kind of drinks from his coffee before. Sounds more to me that Darius got caught so much in the idea of what he could be doing that he stopped caring about the things he felt like he should be caring about. It's like looking into a mirror that shows you a reflection you don't like, and you're doing everything in your power to not be that person.
Boy, do I get that.
Hey, it's an allegory.
Siraj is looking at Breton's like shiny metal armor, just seeing her own reflection, like, You
know, we learned a lot about Darius last night. Some we may not have, some we maybe shouldn't have, but we did. And I would advise you, Siraj, to not push this point too hard. Because it seems like you and him you're gaining ground with Darius. You're getting closer to him in a way that it seems like none of the rest of them could. And I wouldn't stress that too much.
Honestly, I kind of lied to you earlier about not knowing about these feelings of guilt and responsibility. because I feel a lot of guilt about everything that happened with Gourd. So if you have any advice...
Suck it the fuck up!
James is gonna walk down from the roof. He was sitting up there catching the morning rays of the sun.
What, like a lizard? Like a lizard?
Photosynthetic
Just
time.
just sitting, like enjoying
Lake,
the sunrise.
Lake was
you know,
talking, and I'm sorry for interrupting.
He's just saying that wasn't your fault, Siraj. You're going to feel guilty about it. I understand that, but that wasn't your fault. And if you can take any personal advice from me, there are things that you're going to feel guilty for that might actually be your fault. You should probably focus on those. Because you don't have the time to be feeling guilty for other things that aren't your fault.
Thank you. Do you hear that, though? It sounds like lizard feet.
I think, last I checked, James is up on the roof.
I came down because I heard the portion of dealing with guilt. It's a burden that each individual definitely has to learn how to carry. And it's always a different set of weights. But you will learn how to carry it. Time.
If we're in a position that I can group hug both of them and just bring them together, I assume that Breton is sitting in a chair, so I have to pull James into that because I'm obviously not moving Breton.
Yeah, no, but
James
also
kind of
Breton's
just
actually
shifts.
probably closer to your height sat down than he would be standing, so this is perfect. Yeah. A group hug is had.
And I agree with Breton. We need not push further about Darius's past. We have enough to help him move forward.
Okay. Well, thank you both. I will just shower Darius with love and support.
That's the best kind of medicine you could provide right now.
Okay.
Siraj does know that Darius will absolutely hate this method of approach. He's going to be very uncomfortable by it, but I'm going to do it anyway.
You're all set.
Does anybody come and visit Darius in the morning?
Yeah, does anybody?
Yeah.
I probably would have at some point come, knocked on the door, and then just said, I wouldn't wait for him to open it, just say, through the door, Darius, I hope you understand that what we did out of love, and I'm sorry that it hurt. And then I'm just gonna leave.
Ruby will knock on the door. Eventually.
Maybe you can just open it.
And she walks in with a plate of spicy enchiladas. Now, I know you told me you have a thing about smells and taste. Disabled. Not working right, yeah? This, I think, will help you out.
All right.
And she'll set it down in front of him and just watch.
Which is the worst thing in the world when the chef just sits there and it's like, so eat.
How do you like it? How do you like it?
She doesn't want to know if she likes it. He wants to know if he can taste it. That's what matters to her.
What's the roll, Midge?
It's gonna be quite important, actually.
Oh.
So
is this what the block does? That's it's a physical block. It's blocking his ability to smell.
Clear your chakras.
They're stabbing him in his sleep.
Oh no.
So
actually a very specific spell that triggers it. That's why they turned off his ability to smell.
Maybe. So
Give
I
me
can
a
see
Somatic
Constitution
components
saving
and
throw.
aromatic components.
Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
15.
Sure. You can actually taste this. And then something twinkles.
God damn it! Come on.
His traumatic memory.
Her cooking is just that good.
The
I had enchiladas when my aunt was getting in
Literal
front of me.
chicken
No.
soup for the soul.
yeah, just whether it's just a side effect or some of the hearty revitalization elements of the cooking, or the words that have been spiraling through your head, you suddenly see a star, a sort of mercy, and a caged bird on 3 banners fluttering down from a gate as you stand above it, looking upon a pile of bodies, the smell of which also returns to you.
Was what? You broke up.
Yeah, you're
the
cutting
smell-
out a lot.
Sorry, the smell of which also returns to you. What did you miss?
I think that was just that last bit that I
Yeah,
missed.
just what the smell was.
Yeah.
The food, the smell of the food does bring you then back out of it as it smells good. But give me a quick intelligence check. At advantage.
Cool.
As this is introspective, and right now you're being forced to be very introspective.
14.
It seems like your lack of smell and taste is a physical manifestation of something much deeper blocking within you. And you just broke through ever so slightly.
Which could only be properly followed with ha 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 ha.
Yes, yeah. It was like, oh, ha, ha.
Milk.
This is lovely, Ruby.
Does he like face rending tears?
I don't know.
Depending on where those tears come from.
Okay, so on a scale of like how hot this is, if you take American 1 through 10, this is past that. This is about a solid Indian 4.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it depends, because if we judge it by modern day, like
I would be
soldier,
sweating.
Like they just like they'll just down Tabasco sauce by itself to stay awake, or put it. So it's like maybe I guess it's like hey, it's hot, but I don't think Darius is
An Indian 4 will make me pause, and I'm used to it. So
see, I'm okay with that. I don't like personally, but yeah, Darius is it's hot, but yeah, Darius, it's I can taste it. This is really good, Ruby. Really is. Thank you.
there's a smile on her face that is just.
Don't let it go to your head.
Too late.
Too late.
He can taste it!
Excuse me, I'm going to take this to a table because I do not eat in my room.
Which I imagine we hear just as Zedaar is like going to hug Breton. That's what muffled is his. Breton's just like, it's gonna be one of those mornings. Pour coffee.
Windows shaking inside their frames.
And as you all settle down for food, I know we're 7 minutes early, but I feel like that's a very, very good place to stop. Now, I do have to sadly say to those of you in the audience that we are going to be taking probably a hiatus for 2 weeks now.
Yeah, just a brief hiatus.
As we take... Well, it's going to be our mid-season finale, whilst traumatic for Darius does end with a wholesome... does end with a wholesome scene of the entire party sitting down for dinner. Or breakfast, should I say. And... yeah, and we'll be leaving it here for 2 weeks now. Next week, myself and Roach are away, and then it's Gen Con for quite a few of the people here, so we don't think we're going to be able to get the full party together. So catch us in August.
That does mean, though, next time we play on the 14th, then
there will be a show on the 15th.
There'll be a Tuesday crew coming.
Yep. Tuesday crew is back. Yeah, so and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll therefore have a show on the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for the first time in Component Cast history. Which will be
But another thing that you can spend your 2 weeks without Component Cast doing is listening to our awesome playlist.
It's good.
Right.
It's real good. I like it.
There's a CM starting to come to the top.
It's Ghibli's a hired actor, clearly.
If you want access to that unlimited, you can get that on our Patreon if you really want to be able to use that for your own personal use.
Yep. Just as a thing of it, if you want the downloads, we have got them. The high quality audio files can be downloaded from our Patreon with a little bit of donation, or you can send me an email if you're a content creator or a TTRPG creator, and I will send you it with all the user license agreements, 100% royalty free. We don't take anything of it. The only way we make money on this music is it being streamed through apps like Spotify. Its usage on TikTok, etc., but none of it comes from us copywriting you. It's all to do with plays and like various ad revenues. Same with you watching a YouTube video. But if you really want to support it as well, and you're just a viewer and you're just someone who watches, please consider, like, whatever your favorite music platform is, like it, like the music, save the music into playlists, share the music. We already have about, I think on Spotify alone, I think we have 12 monthly listeners, which means at least 12 independent people other than myself have been listening to it. You've been hearing,
listen to it all day.
Yeah, if you've been listening to the broadcast, there's been various tracks that have been played today have been taken from that our new album, mixed in with some of my favorite music from another guy that I personally support by the name of Will Savino. He used to be Music D20. His music's also fantastic. Maybe one day we'll collaborate with him. But yeah, the entire album soundtrack has been written by my good, close childhood friend, Harry, who's a wonderful chap, and did this for us at a very... gave us a lot more time than was like you necessarily would expect from someone. So they've been kind of quite carefully crafted and created.
This is where we bug him repeatedly to do character tracks for like a bonus album.
Oh yeah, no. This is
that should be like a goal.
I really want to do more work with him because we sat down for hours. I told him about the world. He's a D&D player himself. He makes does all sorts of things. So it was a really fun process where we just sat down and then he took the descriptions and the character ideas and the experiences. I described to him scenes from season 1 and went, this is what happened, and he went, great, and then essentially scored that like someone who watches scores film music. Basically, he took our blanks and then created a wonderful soundtrack. And then I was like, look, let's have fun with a couple of songs. So that's why there's a tune for Zorp's Emporium either. I know it's all mostly based on season 1 stuff and Zorp's for season 2, but I couldn't not do a Zorp's song. So the joke song for album 2, if it ever happens, it's going to be a Pinatucci's Pizza theme.
I will say, when Darius's taste buds were getting unlocked, I was listening to Zorp's Emporium at the end of it, and when it kind of goes a bit mental, taste buds unlocking, it was so perfect. It was so perfect.
In fact, a lot of under the quite hard hitting stuff tonight, we had the track "The Breathing Chasm," which is from the album, which is actually the tune of you guys discovering the giant hole in that field with the insect creature, the insect demons in. But yeah, it's honestly, it's been a joy working with Harry on creating this, and I'm glad that we can unveil it, so definitely go and freaking listen to it. That's all I'm going to say. But anyway, let's close out our show. All I've got left to do is to thank the people who I've been here with. We've had the wonderful DM Lake, Beth Dillingham, Lord Lambert, Commissar Roach, Kinda Odder, Ghibli Jam. We've also normally got Mordred Viking. I have been Midgeman. This has been the Component Cast with the Elendor Chronicles. I will leave you with Skyfire, the main track track 1 from our soundtrack. And I bid you all a happy 2 weeks. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye now.
Toodles.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.